The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Take a look and see what kind of stuff he has here. It's, here's desk, let's see. Whoa. Okay. Nice pistol, dude. What else has he got under here? Oh yeah, a good one.
Now hop and get it.
Yeah.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Father's Day to everyone, every Western father around the world. We're going to start off today's Sunday gathering with a 10-minute swash through with Yizz the Unifier momentarily. Our featured stories, Fuentes flopped, Lilly Gaddis, no Gratis, anti-white terror all over the country, and a sheriff that knows how to stop it. The Go Free lesson of the day is an MC grift guarding. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. The other night at the club, there was a hot woman in a short red dress who was checking me out. She walked over to me and asked, "What starts with F and ends with K?" I said, no, it doesn't. And that's how it goes. We're going to bring forward right now for the swatch the Yizz, the unifier. How you doing, sister?
Hello.
Oh, the light is on. Okay.
It is 95 degrees and miserably humid down here in the South, so I'm a little under the weather. Also, I had an amazing event last week. That's what I'm here to talk about. The big OGC event outside of Memphis last weekend. I got a cold. Caught a cold from somebody. So for the last 3 days, I've been full of snot and feeling miserable, but it broke yesterday, so I'm feeling better now. So there will be a stream tomorrow on my channel. Cool. But I wanted to swash through on your channel because you came to that event a year before with me, and you got to see what it was like. You got to meet a lot of the nice young gentlemen that had their acts together, some of the nicer older gentlemen. And this year, it was even better. This year, instead of being connected to the Shieldings organization, it was an entire Old Glory Club event ran by the guys you met last year, entirely for us, by us. And the numbers were up about 50%. We had like 155 people in total, counting wives and children. One thing that I wanted to celebrate is this year, there were, I think, no non-whites, or maybe one. Wow. And that was out of like 150 people. And the everyone who was there was American, except for 2 people who were Australian. One was my co-host who lives in London. He flew in for the event. Wow. So it was a very biologically white event, and it was a very spiritually white event, because you remember that 3 years ago, I handed out like 50 copies of your Go Free book to a lot of the guys there. Yes. And then last year you came and you met with them, and we big upped you and talked about the Go Free method more. Well, many of them this year talked to me about learning from you, learning from the Go Free book, implementing the lexicon. And so I had lots of good conversations with people who were using it at their church, at their workplace, and at school. Because remember, a lot of these guys are 35 and younger. So some of them are still working on grad degrees and doctorates. Some of them are just starting businesses out of college. And more good news is I think there were 4 or 5 men who had wives who have either had new babies or their wives are pregnant since last year. So that's always good. More white babies are always good. Exactly. And the focus of this year's event, you would have really liked, Jason. It was about organizing and building intelligently to have sway and influence in our country. And one of I wanted to talk about 3 real quick. I know I don't have long. 3 of the presentations you would have really liked. One was about how to create an LLC and a community group by weaving together lands, homes, and families, utilizing the AfriForum Security Watch and the Orania Incorporated community type of thing. And this guy gave a long hour presentation about the nuts and bolts of how to do that in the United States. And he's already started it. I think it's in Oklahoma or Arkansas, I forget. But he's already starting. He's got lots of land and multiple families already living there. And they're trying to make an incorporated community. So that was really cool. And the reason you do that is for financial and legal protection. And when you do that as an LLC real estate group, then you can create a private club. Because in America, a nonprofit or a church group are beholden to all of the cancerous anti-white laws about diversity and inclusion, but a private club is not. So you create a private club that can say anything it wants, as long as you follow suit. You can say, we only want white male Christians to apply that are fathers of families. And that's completely legal in America. So there are lots of things that you can do legally and intelligently. And this guy laid out a nice, I guess, packet of info of how you can fortify yourself legally and financially when you're wanting to create an exclusive community that caters to heritage Americans. So that was really cool. I thought you'd like that.
Awesome. Yeah.
And also he used the word anti-white. I was proud of him. And then one was about loving your people first and making our message about love and a celebration of our history instead of a negative focus on an out group for political gain. And you definitely would have liked that because that's right up the Go Free Methods alley. And then the third one I wanted to tell you about was fighting on the ground that we're on and using wise tactics in business, church, and social life to fortify your mind against the mental attacks that the regime implants in us from birth. It was right up the Go Free alley. And the reason I brought this one up is one of the guys that came to my picnic 2 years ago when you came, he got your Go Free book, and he even brought up meme pathogens as a question to that guy, which I thought was really cool. So,
sweet.
So the whole room and everybody got to hear meme pathogens and Go Free method from that one guy. So it was pretty cool. And throughout the rest of the event, there was just lots of wholesome, good conversation. Everybody there was pro-white. Everybody there was pro-America. It was a very good, wholesome time. Most of the people were Christian. We had a few I guess you could call them non-cringe pagans, like your Asatru types and your ones that aren't into like the weird degeneracy stuff. But it was mostly all Christians. We had some Catholics. We had a few Orthodox bros. But it was just a good, wholesome, moral group of young white men that had their acts together, celebrating family, celebrating networking. And the Old Glory Club is now an official, fraternal order in the United States. And they're starting chapters. We have one in Maryland and we have one in Virginia, and 7 more states are already signed up to go through the clearing process. So the goal of the Old Glory Club is to create a fraternal network of heritage Americans who want this country to be moral and for us as the founding fathers wanted it to be for us. And the good news is they all know who you are, and they all use the lexicon, and most of them have even read Go Free, the leadership anyway. So they all know me personally, and we've just been building an excellent organization together. And it was so nice to come together to that big event and talk to people who have read your book. There was like 50 people there that I heard talking about or using the Go Free lexicon. And most of the time when I ask, they've either read the Go Free book or watched your streams and know who you are and brought up you being there last year. So mine and your influence in this group has tremendously influenced them, at least with the language, if not the actual practices of Go Free, because so many of them have the book and have read it. So I just wanted to celebrate with you and let you know that my work in this group and helping them get off the ground and helping them network has really paid off for the white well-being community, because our lexicon and ideas are heavily infused into what the Old Glory Club is doing.
Oh my gosh, how absolutely exciting. I was so enthused to hear that you were headed back, and even more now excited by the fact that the size of the number of the attendees had grown, and that so many people are aware of the Go Free stratagem and they're implementing it into the work that they are doing in service to white well-being. My gosh, how amazing. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I wanted to invite everyone to check out the Go Free Club and network with them. They're positive. They have a pristine front. There's not a single scrap.
Old Glory Club.
Old Glory Club. Yeah, like the flag, just like calling the flag Old Glory. Yeah. And they have a weekly podcast called the Pony Express, where a bunch of the Old Glory Club guys get together and just, shoot the breeze and talk about stuff. That's on Thursday evenings, I think. And they have a very active Substack. Lots of people contribute articles. I'll be contributing articles to it every once in a while. The Old Glory Substack has lots of really good pro-America, pro-white stuff in it, but it's not Nazi LARP stuff at all. It's completely pristine. This community would really like the material that Old Glory Club is putting forward, and especially since they are very welcoming and accepting of both the white well-being community and the Go Free method. So they are a good community of young men with their crap together that this community can positively associate with. And I wanted to invite everyone to get involved with them, go visit their streams, put white positive messages and our lexicon in their comment sections, in their chat. They will be welcoming to it because they know me, they know the community. Jason was at the event last year, and these are a good group of guys that have a very racially conscious animus in what they're building and doing together, but it's none of the negative stuff that Jason wants you guys to stay away from. So they are a good organization to, I guess you could say, associate or cavort with for us.
So fantastic. But don't say another word without telling folks about your 2 shows, when they come on, and where they can find where they can find you in those shows.
Well, I have 2 streams each week, Monday night and Thursday night at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Monday night is my sort of fun, laid-back stream where we look at memes and funny stuff after we discuss 5 topical news items. It's called Discordant Dragons. Tomorrow night, I will have, I think, if he can make it, Black Pigeon Speaks will be on for the first time, and we're going to have a couple of the other usuals on. And Thursday night is my usual stream called Empire of Lies, which is where my co-host Newsfist, Chris, and I prepare like a 45-minute presentation for educating everyone about particular facets of this complex anti-white narrative that we live in. And it's a very educational, informational stream. And it's very short and condensed. So it's a good time. You should check it out. Empire of Lies, 6 p.m. Thursday, Discord of Dragons, Monday, 6 p.m. You can find me on YouTube and Odyssey and Rumble and Twitter and Gab and Minds.com and Telegram at Yizz the Eunuch. So everybody here probably knows me already. But anyway, thank you for letting me come on and celebrate the OGC with you. It was a wonderful event. A lot of guys asked how you were. I told them you were doing great, but you're a busy man and couldn't come every year. So I just wanted to come on here and let you know that it went great, and they are a good group of guys for us to associate with, and they have their heads in the game in ways that you would approve of, Jason.
Awesome. Well, I love that. I love it. And folks, Yizz is going to be in the live chat. She's going to drop her links to her channel and everything, and you'll be able to follow up with her there in the live chat, and we will be right back. That's what I call a swash through. How awesome is that? Wow. What great news to really get started and talk about celebration this Sunday. Welcome, of course, to the Sunday gathering. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. And don't you dare try to come up to me at a bar and hit on me with some cheesy little pickup line. I'm not going to put up with it. That's just how things roll here. You may financially gift over the course of this gathering. You may financially gift over the course of this gathering, and you can do so in a tax-deductible way by heading on over to the foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org and specify with your financial gift that it is in honor of and for yours truly, Jason Köhne. No white guilt. Otherwise, you can head on up to Entropy, which is up and running and looking glorious as ever. You can head on over to Cash App, up and running, and also Subscribe Star, which is up and running. I'll be keeping an eye on all of those. If you would like to financially gift monthly, you can do so on Subscribe Star. You can do so on Gumroad. There are some options there for you to choose from, and you can find all of those options in the description below or by heading on over to nowhyguilt.org, and you will see the financial gift tab. There you will find more information about the different places that you can financially gift yours truly so that we can become the white positive ADL, ladies and gentlemen, changing the world, changing the West for the benefit of all peoples who live in the West. We need to defeat anti-whiteism in order to do that. And that's why good people of all races and all backgrounds come here to join us in this effort to knock down that which is the excuse for taking away all of our liberties and freedoms and traditions across our Western countries, severely under attack. So you can do all of that over there. You will also find some wallets I use for cryptocurrency over there on nowhyguilt.org financial gift tab, and a snail mail address where you can write yours truly. You may also financially gift over the course of the gathering at Odyssey, up and running and looking glorious. Look at me over there. It's splendid. Mwah. I blow kisses to you, Jason. And you can financially gift to me on DLive and their funny little cryptocurrency. Also, you can gift on Rumble, up and running and clear. Try to make it $1 because they take 40%, and that's before the tax man gets their grubby little hands on it. I have all of these platforms up and running and rolling so that I can see your questions, comments, or concerns. And that is everything I named. But in addition to that, we have the video live feed running on Twitter. There's the comment section on Twitter, which I have up and rolling, and I will see you there. Across all of these platforms, just make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. And I see champions are in the YouTube live chat already. I'm looking for your tags. It's a big happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers across the West. Thank you for producing beautiful sons and daughters. And we can only hope that you are going to inoculate them with the Go Free stratagem against anti-whiteism, because otherwise they will go anti-white. Look at the population. When America was much healthier, when Poland was healthier, when France was healthier, the white people, the white kids coming up still went anti-white. It didn't matter all the traditions they had. It didn't matter that white people were everywhere. It didn't matter that the West was being taught at school in the civics classes. It didn't matter. All of that shit didn't matter. Pardon my French. Because this is psychological warfare. Anti-whiteism, psychological warfare. Put the two together in your head. Anti-whiteism, psychological warfare, which means you're not going to be able to just teach about little Bo Peep and everything's going to be fine. You're not going to be able to just teach about the maypole and everything's going to be fine. All of that was taught. And look at the countries where these things came from and how anti-white they are today. You need to inoculate your children against anti-whiteism, or they will go anti-white. It'll just be a matter of degree. Will they be radically anti-white and despise you and your wife, or you and your husband? Will they be moderately anti-white? Will they go out and take non-white spouses and produce non-white children? Hey, who knows what they're going to end up doing? I have seen over the decades in the white sympathetic sphere all of the above take place. The biggest names, the people who know the most, the people who are focused the most, and their children, even after getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations to carry on what old dad was doing before, they end up heading right to the strip club, going anti-white as they possibly can. Don't be a fool. You can't fix this. We have a science here, the Go Free stratagem. Begin implementing it in your life. And those mothers out there who have begun implementing it, and over the past 7 years in the lives of their children and the successes that they're having, don't be afraid to speak up in the live chats that are running right now or in the threads afterwards. Let all the mothers and fathers know. And the same with the fathers out there. Let the mothers and fathers know out there that there's a world of difference when you begin teaching the children. In fact, it was Azimuth Clark. We have so many wonderful parents. And they have their, in fact, I got some comments from, I think it was Azimuth Clark and somebody else. And the children are saying, they're playing with the kids, and the kids suddenly say, wait a second, I think this is anti-white. That is how you want your kids thinking. It doesn't happen any other way. You've got to have them going free. God bless everybody who is protecting their children. And when you protect your children, when you protect them, you inoculate them against anti-whiteism. They become sons and daughters of the West. They are the future. All these other white people, they're just the useless eaters. And we have no room for them. Let's jump right into our featured articles of the day. I think I'll just leave me up on the screen because I look fantastic. I look wonderful. But you know who's not looking wonderful right now? It's the exiguous. It's the exiguous Fuentes. He and his boy Groypers are not very happy right now. I can sympathize. I can sympathize with having venues shut down, although I'm sure that he will be telling his audience, and then all of these fools will be parroting that this is the first time anything has ever happened like this. It's there. He's brought everything, all of the Jew hating that he does. He's brought all of that from obscurity and oblivion, and nobody's ever done that before. And so this will be the first time. This won't be performative at all. It's not an act. It's not performative what Fuentes is going to give you. When he says that, oh, this has never happened before. Nobody's ever been shut down like this before. But indeed, this has been happening for decades. We've had venues shutting down, breaking contractual agreements. And this isn't even with people who are Jew haters. This is just regular, like, we care about Southern heritage. We care about Western civilization. We don't want to see these things white erased. And they're like, contract canceled. And you're like, but it's a legally binding contract. You can't do this. And they're like, too bad. We can, because we anti-whites, we hold the nodes of power Oh, and that means in the courts, in the jury selection, everywhere, that we're going to win. We're going to win. And so what can you do about it, Whitey? And of course, nothing. There's nothing that can be done. Corey is here. He says, Happy Father's Day. He says, you added value to my family, friends, and everyone around me through me. God bless you for that glorious testimonial. Give it up for Corey. Let's get some 07s. Let's celebrate that testimonial. Glorious. A proud citizen of Western civilization says, no, I Gil, your tie is awesome. Of course it is, because it's on me, and you have good taste, my friend. Very good taste. Promethean Kitchen. Did you hear that the Anglophone Canadians are planning on having a march on July 1st, which is Canada Day, in a protest against the victimization of white people? Really? How many people are participating, and who is organizing that? I'd like to look into it. Hyperborean Historian says, what is the name of the white well-being place to donate to you through? If you're looking for the tax-deductible donation, it is the foundation for whitewellbeing.com. It's in the description below as well. And just make sure that you mark on your financial gift there that it is for yours truly, no white guilt. I appreciate that. Masumik is here. Doug is here. Bulldog Boris is in the house. So is Spud. So is Janice. Great to see you all. There's Red Dog. There's JK160. Marluxia. Wonderful to see. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Winged Productions. The Thunder from Down Under. Lucky Lunda. We are all around the world. A great white ring of white roses. And we are combating the evil of this age, which is anti-whiteism. Despite what all of the abstractionists would have you believe, it is not. Communism is just a name for a subset underneath of anti-whiteism, because what matters in the world is our well-being, white well-being. If we worry about us, everything else takes care of itself. We are not gods. We are not like objectively looking at, and we're like, well, communism is not always anti-whiteism, because what if it was like on Venus and people there were not white and they weren't any other race? Well, what then? Well, how about you shut up before we give you a firing squad? How about you just shut up? Because it is this selfish, individualistic mentality of viewing our existence and indeed our well-being, our victimization, or lack thereof, which is what we hope to achieve, from this position of this objectivity, because I'm outside, and if I hurt myself and my people, it makes it that much more objective and true. We don't care. We don't care. We do not sacrifice our people on the altar of the ideas and the principles and the precepts that we've created, because we are sane. And we're the people who have to stop this with the help of all good non-white people and all people of all backgrounds. We are the people who have to stop it, because if white people keep going along with this anti-whiteism, refusing to speak about our victimization, couching everything in some sort of abstraction, if we continue to do this, the West dies and the world will enter a new dark age from which it will never rise. Hells that you can't even fathom. But what happened? What's going on right now across the white sympathetic sphere, and actually has been afoot for a long time, but with the internet over the past handful of years or so, and the peer-to-peer communication, the ability thereof, what has been happening? The movement that is multiracial Jew hatred. So these are people who hate Jewish people on the basis of their birth. They don't dislike them if they're anti-white. That's not an interest to them. That's a pretext. They'll say, if many of these people, if they're white, these Jew haters will say, "Oh, I'm hard on these people because I care about white." No, they don't care at all about white people. They don't talk at all about our victimization. I have listened to their meetings. I've been in their conferences. They can talk ad nauseum about Jewish people without saying a single thing about us. And indeed, most importantly, as we've pointed out here and demonstrated now for some years, that when you arrest our victimization, they attack you. They attack us for stopping the victimization of white people. So these Jew haters attack white people, white positive white people, for ending the victimization of white people. And we do it at every level. We've proven everything that we've claimed. It's all come to fruition. And most importantly, everything we do is replicable and scalable. So it can be across the country. You can have police departments changing their policies from an anti-white policy to something that's no longer anti-white. But the Jew haters show up and they say things like, recently, they'll say things like, Fuentes is king. Fuentes is king. And this sort of garbage. They'll show right up and they'll say, you're not doing anything, and you are a Jew, and you are a Fed, and they'll say anything that they think people need to hear to get you to not listen to them. Well, fortunately, this Fuentesi movement of these boy-groiping groipers, they are demonstrating better than ever in history that the Jew-hating movement is not a movement concerned with white people and white well-being. The Jew-hating movement is multiracial. It's always been multiracial. It's always, even the Nazi LARPers have non-white kids and non-white girls. I mean, we find this again and again. Even the biggest Nazi LARPer organizations, LARPing and have LARPed organizations, because many of them have LARPed, but they LARP no more because there's such malcontents and malefactors that they can't even maintain a group for any length of time. They end up eating each other alive. We find out that they're financed by either anti-whites of various races, including anti-white Jews financing the Nazi LARPers. But we find out, well, the leadership of these are they're half non-white of various stripes. They have non-white spouses. They have non-white children. They have non-white girlfriends. They have, some of them, even non-white boyfriends. But they have always been multiracial. Well, thankfully, Fuentes has become their king. And this guy, a quarter Mexican, a quarter non-white himself, has assembled a truly multiracial cast to lead what this multiracial Jew-hating movement really is, and what it really is all about. The white people who participate are selfish individualists. They're not concerned with like the anti-white terrorism that we're going to be talking about today. Insofar as we talk about the victims and ending the victimization, and they want to talk about the other races and be white negative, have racial animus, and target and talk about harming other groups of people. That's not what we do here. We are opposed to that. I've always been opposed. And indeed, that's why we had the big divorce from the explicit white sympathetic sphere, because I and we here only condemn anti-whites. We don't condemn anybody on the basis of their birth. What ended up happening this past weekend was that the boy-groiping community, we're supposed to have a big conference in Detroit. And what Fuentes has done, and he's admitted as much, is that he has used, like Green, for example, he has admitted, I've seen the clip, where he's talking about, well, we just used this politician to get credibility. And we just use the proximity to is it CP USA or the big conservative PAC or whatever it is. They'll show up. They want to be nearby, and they just want to be sarcastic, and they want to be little imps outside, slandering and ridiculing the people who are participating. That's what they do. And that's one of the ways that Fuentes has, and God bless him, that he knows exactly what to do to build his fame or infamy, depending upon how you look at him. That's what he does best. He absolutely does that magnificently, is get attention on him 24/7 and get people coming back. It's really the Oompa Loompa conference, I must say. Mostly the Oompa Loompa, because the majority of the audience in these boy-groiping communities that want to show up and shout at people, Fuentes is king. So that's the cringiest thing I've ever heard. But they're all, I mean, I saw these pictures, and Fuentes, who has admitted that he wears risers in his shoes so that he can be a little bit ahead of the rest of the Oompa Loompas, is exactly that. He's like an inch or an inch and a half taller than the Oompa Loompa staff that's all around him. What is even, how is this? It is a joke. It is the most remarkable thing. No one would have ever believed. If you were to go back to what is by some affectionately referred to as white nationalism 1.0, and say to them, oh, do you know that in the future, there's going to be this Oompa Loompa boy groyping community, and they're going to displace you. They're going to totally displace you as if you're one of those Jew haters, as a quote unquote white nationalist. They're going to displace you. And it's going to be like this bunch of like little people running around and with frog shirts on. They would have said, you are shitting me. You have to be shitting me. No way that could happen. Well, they decided they're going to have a big conference. Jared Taylor was going to be speaking there. A number of other folks, well-known personalities that are self-promoters, which is what? Selfish individualism. And when you view the world from the position of a selfish individualist, you're just saying to yourself, what in this world could have or currently could or could in the future cause me a problem? As a selfish individualist, does a percentage of the Jewish population working together for individual well-being by way of their group well-being disadvantage me as a selfish individualist? Well, yes, it does. And so then they just jealously hate on Jews as a whole as a consequence. When in reality, I've been saying for decades, we need to emulate the behavior of all of the other races of man, and its percentages, not every single individual, but percentages of every single group that serves individual well-being by way of group well-being. And we actually had one of these, and I mentioned it on Wednesday, we actually had one of these Jew-hating multiracial movement people come up and said, oh, that's a big no on the emulation. That's a big no. I mean, demonstrating completely from this absolute TARDIS of a twit, of a dingleberry, demonstrating completely that their biggest beef with the Jewish community is that some of them work together and they achieve fabulous things working together. That's their big beef with them. You can't have a big beef and you can't have a problem with something that you need to emulate. And that guy on Twitter perfectly demonstrated exactly what I've been saying all along. Jason, what big shocker. Jason's right again. So what ended up happening was the conference was canceled. What a surprise. This kind of thing happens all the time. And be watching, keep your ears open for Fuentes saying that he probably won't be able to say it's the first time that it ever happened. He probably won't have the gall to say that it's never, ever happened, or that his conference is the biggest one that it's ever happened to, or whatever it is. He probably won't have that gall, although he could. But he probably will say, like, it's the most impressive or the most destructive, or he's the most censored man, or whatever manlet that's ever lived. And so we had some news that came out because his conference apparently was canceled before they even were setting up. They rolled their stuff into the hotel, apparently. And and remember, this is the inevitable boy groyping, and they can't be stopped. But apparently, a couple of black ladies from the hotel could stop them. It's amazing. I know. I know. I mean, how is it that a couple of black broads could walk out and say to the Oompa Loompa boy groypers, get your asses out of here. We're going to call the cops. How is it that they were defeated? I thought it was inevitable. I thought it was indestructible. I thought, but no, a couple of black broads could walk out and say, get your little white asses out, take your skinny white ass. And you know, the funny thing is that I guarantee you, there was a claim about how many there were out there, how many Fuentesian workers there were. I guarantee you, There could be 50. There could be 75 of them. And like 5 big black broads could beat the shit out of all these Oompa Loompas. I mean, could you imagine? They would be throwing them around. They'd be throwing them around. Not like King Kong. Not like King Kong. They would be throwing them around like something else, like some other. Just hurling these little white boys all over the place. It would be hilarious. I wish that happened. I would actually pay. I would go to that conference if I could see that happen. But apparently he found out. And then instead of telling everybody who was traveling from afar, everybody, instead of immediately alerting the conference is canceled, he said nothing. And I read here online, Nick says he was made aware yesterday that the venue was canceled. Instead of letting people know and working overtime to find a new one, he did his routine. And I would say it's so insipid now. He shows up at TPUSA. He shows up at whatever it is and gets himself thrown out. And he laughs. He laughs the whole time. He's like, I'm getting thrown out. They won't allow free speech. Yeah, the free speech where he just goes on ad infinitum, as boring as possible, soporifically as possible, about Jewish people. I think we've heard enough. We've heard enough about it. But then he gets his ass thrown out. So he goes through, he says he does the typical walking through the TPUSA routine, and then streamed apparently later on a couch with some black, half something else character called Sneeko, and then some Hispanic that has some white in him as well called Jake Shields. And they ended up streaming, telling no one, so that they could show up and still pay homage to their king. Fuentes in my king. They could still show up. So apparently, and like I say, I can sympathize with the conference being closed. That's happened many times. It's an enormous pain in the ass. It's extraordinarily unfair. And why do anti-whites do this? Anything that's not anti-white enough. This idea that they censor that which is a threat is preposterous. I mean, you fucking tardises. You absolute tardises. You fucking tardises. They don't know. I mean, this was like, it reminds me of Spencer years ago saying that women making choices about who to reproduce with was going to improve the white race. What kind of an idiotic thing is that to say? That somehow women innately know the offspring that Western kind needs? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Interestingly enough, he dropped that argument as soon as I made that argument I just made to you. Interestingly enough, he's like, actually, that doesn't make any sense at all, that women are going to know who to. And in fact, we see the opposite. We really see the opposite. But I sympathize with the conference being closed and dealing with the legal ramifications. And I think he says he's going to sue. And I think this guy, what he should really do, he should go back to when he had value for the white sympathetic sphere, which was before Patriots Day, before he started, at least publicly, as far as I know, viewing himself as some sort of leader of a revolution against Jews. He should go back to being a jokey, snarky, late night online commentator on the news that is going to point out what the typical Big Con Inc. won't tell you. Because Big Con Inc., as we know, when it comes to Big Con Inc., there are two things. You can never talk about the victimization of white people, except in the cases where we have made them do so. We have found moral actors in their leadership, and we have swashed on them with the concepts that liberate everyone of all races from anti-whiteism. But of course, our biggest concern is liberating us, the target for victimization of anti-whiteism. The number one thing, you can't talk about white victimization. The number two thing, you must support Israel. That's the whole thing for Big Con Inc. Those are the two things. So Nick Fuentes provided value long before Patriots Day when he was a jokey, snarky, and pointed out that what's going on? Why is it's always got, why are we not given the money for American roads or why does all the billions have to go over to his? And because the big conning people wouldn't say it. Now he's become, since at least Patriots Day, he's become this midget wit leader of the revolution that they call America First. Everyone knows it is the furthest thing from America First. We're going to be coming back to the Fuentes conference a little bit later as we work through the big story of June, which is Lilly Gaddis. Who is this trifling bitch? Have you all heard of her? We'll pull up her account on the screen. We're going to leave behind the exiguous Fuentes. We're going to move on to the dumb as a box of rocks, Lilly Gaddis. And the problem that is presented, there is a crossing there. There is a point where these stories will meet again. So you just hold on. We'll get back to it. Is this it here? Yes, it is. So here we have it. Lilly, who is she? Where did she come from? Who cares about her, right? Well, apparently a lot of people, and Twitter is artificially pushing her. So you said, well, it's Musk, right? It's Musk. When did Musk go to Auschwitz? Was that January of this year? When did he go? Does anybody remember? Because it was just prior, the end of 23, when the ADL and other groups, other anti-white groups, began pressuring. I mean, Disney began pressuring, and we're not going to advertise anymore if you're going to allow anybody to criticize anything that a Jewish person says. We're not going to allow the advertisements to run anymore. We'll just bankrupt you. So it's this blackmail, this economic blackmail. And then we saw, exactly as No White Guilt, Jason Köhne predicted. Do you all remember? That we only had so long of Wild West on Twitter before everything was reined in. And I am just absolutely shut down on Twitter as a consequence. But we saw that things really began changing at the end of 2023. Esoteric truth. What's this? Fuentes is the reason I stopped using America First and no longer identify as MAGA. Well, don't let Fuentes get in the way of MAGA. They hate Trump right now. And they have been all of this multiracial Jew hating, whether they are Nazi LARPers or boy groypers, whatever they are, they're hating on Trump because he gives anything, even lip service, to Jewish people. They're exploding with rage over Miriam Adelson putting together her super PAC with $100 million for Trump. And then Trump being of the mind to do something in return. Of course, if you gave $100 million, wouldn't you want something in return? White people are the richest together on planet Earth. It would be a day if we began working together as a people, which you can never achieve by, and I'm not directing like my energy at you, Esoteric Truth, about this. I'm just saying, generally, if we work together, which cannot be achieved by way of racial animus for other races. Has it happened? How long does it take? For the love of God. For the love of God, how long does it take for people to get it? If we acted, even a fraction of our people acted together as a people, we would put an end to anti-whiteism overnight. Anyhow, they hate Trump. They absolutely hate, despise Trump right now. And the point I was making last Sunday on our short Going Free gathering was that they have claimed since 2016 that they were this big element and largely responsible for Donald Trump being elected and for the enthusiasm for Donald Trump. And we see, indeed, I mean, you can make the arguments then and demonstrate that they did nothing. But we see, indeed, for months now, they've been hating on Trump. And Trump has been like this phenomenon like never before. 100,000 people at was Wildwood. People showing up to watch this guy out in 105-degree temperatures. And he like just this maven of men up on the stage. Teleprompters break. By the way, teleprompters break for Obama, and suddenly the guy can't talk. Teleprompter, and it only happened a couple times. Teleprompters break for Trump, and he's like, I don't need them. And the guy gives the best speeches of his life. So don't let them run you off. They have nothing. They do nothing to make Trump more popular, more beloved, and more likely to be elected. But here we have Lilly, and Twitter caved a long time ago. Let's run down through this female. How many of you have heard about Lilly Gaddis? I would think probably a lot. Quite a few have. We're not going to be able to play much of her stuff, but I want to take, because there's a huge lesson here. Do you remember Nala, the girl who made herself a multimillionaire on OnlyFans as a whore, and all of these? I mean, this Lilly, just another e-whore. But we'll get to it. And the problems here, there's a number of lessons, and I'm not going to spend forever on it. But there are a number of lessons that one can extract from just since the beginning of June. And you take a nobody of a female, and she makes a couple of comments. One, really, she used a word. Let's say you have the word bigger, and then you could have the word bigger. And that's what she did to a racial slur for blacks. And it's our language, English. We should be able to just say all of it, especially in an educational setting. But the anti-whites don't work that way. They're like waiting to like, come on, say it, say it, and we're going to press that button. You're going to be gone. No, I'm not going to say it. Go back to sniffing lie or whatever it is that you do. So this was a nobody. And then through the roof. And what's important is, how is it that what we loosely refer to as the white sympathetic sphere, why is it that they responded the way they responded? And how do we navigate that environment, knowing, and now it's repeatedly being demonstrated, knowing that this is your audience. This is the population that composes the white sympathetic sphere. The vast majority of these people are, as we mentioned, selfish individualists. They're looking for entertainment. And when they want to be involved, what they really want to be doing is they want like an immersive experience, like they get with video games, like they get at Disney World. I'm not joking. I mean, it can be a joke, but I'm being quite serious about that. And they get like, something shows up like this, and they get all in a pother. They're like, oh, who is this new girl? She's mildly attractive. And she said, bigger, sort of. So here she is. And I might have to put on the spectacles. This is just the end of December 23. And she's really done nothing all the way up until on this account. She had another account on Twitter that was taken down. But she had only like 1,100 followers. So here she tweets, just to point out, I'm not going to go through everyone, but just to point out, end of 2023, she retweets a video on the cultural Marxist attack on marriage, which, of course, what is cultural Marxism? A subset of anti-whiteism. If you talk about cultural Marxism without talking about anti-whiteism, you are an abstractionist, a fool, an imbecile, and you should probably have the living shit kicked out of you because you're just in the way. You're like this multiracial Jew-hating movement that is just in the way of white people coming together in a moral way to say enough is enough. You're not victimizing us anymore. We see the anti-whiteism. We know how it works. She retweets this and gets, what is that, 321? 300. So, or rather, she doesn't retweet it. She just tweets and gets over 300,000 views. Do you find that the least bit weird or interesting? How many views would your tweet of that same video get? I don't know. It's just something to think about, right? We know there are several things afoot. We know for sure that the white sympathetic sphere is dominated by these people who are seeking entertainment and simps and female. And simp is a male who is barely male, especially after all the soy. I mean, even naked, you'd barely be able to tell. They're barely male, and they see a female and they just want to be sycophantic. They want to truckle. That's all they want to do. And also in the white sympathetic sphere, and here we're talking about implicit and explicit. So the implicit is like your MAGA, your conservative people who they want to turn everything into an abstraction because what? They don't ever want to mention white people being victimized. So they disavow everything that white people have ever made and created. They're like, right to self-defense? No, that's not ours. That's just given by God. No, dipshit. We did that. By the way, and the Supreme Court just struck down the ban on bump stocks. And you can see how important nodes of power are and how like the last one that isn't held by anti-whites is the Supreme Court. So it's not going to be long. Could you imagine the whole court is Kagan? Because that, and Sotomayor, can you imagine? So it's interesting. So obviously she's going to tweet this and they're going to see, like they see my picture, they see your picture there, right? And they're like, not interested. They don't have anybody to simp for. And the rest of the female population, I was going to say, mostly in the implicit white sympathetic sphere, they have this nasty vagina loyalty because of the anti-whiteism in the form of feminism that they have been subjected to. So they're like, I gotta be loyal to women because they have vaginas. Makes sense. Makes sense to me. So they got to be loyal to the women, to the women's. And so they see this and then they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to pass that. I'm going to share that. I'm going to spend time looking at it. I want to just look at the picture of her face there. So then you see here, you have another one. That one has, good grief, over 400,000. She retweeted she tweeted, I'm sorry. And this is a Douglas Murray. I mean, can you think of anything more dry and pathetic than that? I mean, he is desiccated and everything he has done is desiccated. I think dust follows him in clouds. So let's just move along here. Samuski says, I love the immersive experience. I spent 25 years writing, 10 years on guitar, 5 years on martial arts. Make your hobbies and habits as impressive as you can. Focus and concentrate. Train yourself. Yes. Get skills. There's the great Fornall is with us. Wonderful to see you. Pants is here. Esoteric says, it seems some of your followers also follow her. Well, I'm not surprised. Spartan is here. I'm not surprised. So here we can scroll through. Here she, how many of you said in response? Well, that's a retweet, so I really won't include that. Let's scroll up through here, and I will tell you, early June, unless you all want to correct me, she makes a video that is total bullshit. It's totally staged. She calls herself Trad Wife, something or other, and she puts herself in an apron, and she's in the kitchen, and she's ostensibly making some food, and it couldn't be faker. She's not making squat. She takes what appears, she's just grabbing things off to the side and just pouring them, not measuring anything, pouring it into the bowl. And some of you out there, some of you cooks, men and women, may say to yourself, well, I've been cooking so long, I know exactly a shake is this and a shake. Except she goes back to the same garlic powder, I think it is, 3 times, dumping massive amounts of garlic powder. She goes back to the hot sauce. She adds the hot sauce and then goes back to it again while she's talking. The whole thing is staged. Nobody's talking about it, at least as far as I know. Maybe you found somebody. Maybe you thought the same thing. The whole video is staged. This is not, the cooking is fake. She's not trad wife anything. First of all, it was revealed rather quickly that she's not married. So trad wife, and of course she didn't have a ring on, but maybe she takes the ring off for the cooking, right? Except no, she's not married. Fake. The cooking, fake. The topic for the purpose of the video of her while she's cooking, the topic also fake. Ostensibly, the topic of the video was that there are guys out there who complain about women being gold diggers. That was just a vehicle to give her the opportunity to say that all the women that she knows are married to, quote, broke ass, and then bigger, close quote. Except not bigger at all. That was just a vehicle. The entire video was fake. The whole thing. So let's roll up. Now, here was the guy at the gym that shaved in the ladies' locker room, and the woman complained and then made a video of her complaint out in the parking lot about the guy being in there. And she took this, I guess she took pictures or a video of the guy while he was shaving. And he's dressed, so I don't know what the big deal is. This was at a gym called Planet Fitness, and which actually had some real damage done to its market cap after the news came out that this guy's in the ladies' bathroom. He's shaving away, and then Planet Fitness kicks this old lady out of the gym for making the video and complaining about the man in the ladies' locker room shaving. Anyhow, I talked about this. You probably did too online. Could you imagine just taking a single photograph? And here's something else. Putting a hashtag predator. Now, we learned a couple of months back now that there had been this policy in place at Twitter that hashtags were undermined the spread of your post. Do you remember that being talked about? Well, all she does is she puts this picture and then this hashtag, and she gets 500,000 views. So I am setting it out there for the purpose of a conversation. How much of those 500,000 views are the simps and the vagina loyalty women? Maybe a lot. And how much of it is pushed? I don't know. there's a bigger, and you probably all, those who have been going free for a long time, are probably sensing there's something else here. There's something else that's even more important that Jason is going to be teaching us today. You can roll through her Twitter and see that anything she posts goes supernova. She posts this where she writes, "Daddy," so to be flirtatious, about Tommy Robinson, and that has 600,000 views. She tweets simply MAGA and has over 300,000 views. When Alex Jones comes back, he says about Lilly at this point, he says that he thinks he's in love. Talk about a simp. Talk about a groveling, pathetic, and he's married. Esoteric Truth saying most of the views are pushed, but she has plenty of simps. Oh, big time. I mean, they're showing up everywhere, defending her, and she's been outed for a lot of things now. Azimuth Clark is here. Sean is here. They're out there simping away with every kind of argument imaginable. You're just jealous of her, whatever. No, I'm just actually trying to put an end to anti-whiteism to protect my primary objective and reason is to protect white children from it. But to protect all white people from it, to get back at anti-whites and anti-whiteism, that's my motivation. And when I see things like the multiracial Jew-hating community getting in the way of putting an end to anti-whiteism and protecting white children thereby, and when I see things like Lilly Gaddis, Coleman, actually, when I see, and that's known, I'm not doxing her, by the way. Oh, and just as an aside, I have people right now who are, again, these people are the Bob Whitaker followers. And remember, I was the guy who back in the day, when Bob Whitaker finally started using anti-white, although he used it with a hyphen, which is wrong and you shouldn't do that. When he started doing that and everybody wanted to attack him and his little community as a joke and ridiculous, calling themselves rabbits and all of this sort of stuff, I said, leave him alone. He's anti-white. We should be using anti-white. I had been arguing that for years, as well as anti-whiteism, as well as many others that you find in the Go Free Stratagem. Leave him alone. Leave them alone. Defended them. Now, recently, well, for some time, followers of his attacking yours truly, but recently they're out there sharing again, as though it's found all over again, what they believe is the doxing information for yours truly. This is where he lives. This is where he works. This is where you can find him. That's what these people who claim to want to defend the white race, who claim to want to put an end to our victimization, they can look out at this community. They can look out at a lifetime of dedication of my work. They can look at our massive successes. They've had zero successes. They can look at our massive successes, all of which are replicable and scalable. And they're like, well, he's not hating on Jews, and so let's dox him. That's the kind of people that these are. So just keep that in mind. And remember, the anti-whites, the Antifas and all, they never doxed me. They never said, this is where he works, this is where he lives, this is where you can find him, here's his social security number. They didn't do any of that shit. It was the Nazi LARPers doing it, the Jew haters, the multiracial Jew hating movement, and the different elements of it, the Nazi LARPers, and now the Bob Whitaker followers, who are the ones spreading the doxing. For a community that 7 years, there hasn't been any change of service to putting an end to our victimization and huge successes. That's what this fucking swine is doing. I really wish that these anonymous bitches would reveal who they are. So we could have one of those full contact conversations. Absolute scum. All right. So Jones, who has a wife, saying he thinks he's in love with this Lilly Gaddis. And so she tweets and says, "We're back, baby. Old account got suspended." Talking about Jones. What is that? Over 600,000 or 800,000? Over 600,000. Here she is in her car, and she says, and she's proud of this little video in her car that she made over there on TikTok. And she posted over here on Twitter. And how many is this? Is this almost 700,000? Almost 700,000 views. Sharing nothing of value. Nothing whatsoever of value. She says something that I agree with, and probably most people, and that's the norm for these females who, and she reveals, she wants to be a conservative commentator, just like Nala, just like Lauren Southern, just like so many others. They want to lead men. They want to make massive sums of money, and that's we had a big talk about how these and predicting and discussing how it will just continue and it will become more prevalent, and that the problem is in the audience of the white sympathetic sphere. That's where the problem exists, because there is a market for female content creators to lead in conservative politics, socio-political opinions. There is a big market for it. And so we pointed out, remember we talked about, I said, you have these females who work on OnlyFans and other porn sites. Other girls have come forward before and after Nala. She was just the biggest one because she was like number one on OnlyFans. And then she hits the wall. It's getting hard to keep pace with the younger girls. And now it's just, I'm suddenly going to take Jesus and I'm suddenly going to convert and become the leader of the conservative movement, of another horde of simps, just dragging the simps around. And that's what Lilly is doing. She's admitted that she wants to be a conservative commentator, female leader and opinion maker. And what do they do? What do the females always do? Zero original thinking. Zero. In fact, Lilly is just a platitudinarian. She just, what is that? Somebody who shares platitudes, cliches, sayings, etc. Like an apple a day. And you'll hear these coming out of her. And then she'll make a statement like that. And then there'll be 500,000 views. Shared thousands of times and passed around. Meanwhile, you have us here in a moral position, defeating every time we have an interaction with an anti-white. Everybody trained in the Go Free stratagem. Winning everywhere. Winning with major media, iHeartMedia. Winning with police departments. Winning with unions. Winning with school officials. So they change the curriculum. No one else does that. And how many views do we get? So it's a two-pronged thing. You have an artificial inflation and a pushing, and then you have an audience that wants it. And what are you going to get out of an audience that wants this? So let's hear just a moment of this.
So all those nerds in high school, like the weird theater kids and the anime people, and ugh.
By the way, who just like hops in their car to make a video? I thought it was like gauche. That she says, I'm just going to make a video. Like, I'm just riding in my car. And she's got this nice dress. She's all made up. And then, of course, is that a crucifix? I mean, she does wear a cross regular. So it's once again, it's going to be the use Christianity like it's just an ornament and get accepted by the Christians who allow themselves to be easily tricked. Good Christians don't. I actually saw earlier today a Christian woman calling herself a Protestant getting attacked. She's got like 600 followers or less. It could be like 300. Actually getting attacked by Fuentes supporters, the boy Groypers, because she said she doesn't like Fuentes. She's got like 300 followers. And these absolute Oompa Loompa, dickless losers showed up to attack her. So, yeah, Esoteric Truth saying she's definitely, I mean, it's just like the epitome of grifting.
You know who I'm talking about, the people we didn't hang out with. So they've grown up now, and they're the ones making the laws. They're the Mark Zuckerbergs. They're the Faucis of the world, the fucking nerds.
All right, so sorry for the cussing. Sometimes it gets away from me. She employs a foul mouth. And so that's one of the things. Ladies out there, do not use foul language. I mean, it's in normal conversation. I think everybody's going to understand if you get really bent out of shape and you use some bad language by accident, or you're really turned on. I mean, I understand. I've witnessed it. And you end up using some foul language when you're really turned on. But if you use foul language when you're normally talking, your looks drop to the floor. I mean, any guy, Alex Jones included, any guy who's going to hear a woman use foul language and say, "Oh, I'm in love. She's got my attention." They are gimps. They want the girls to bend them over on the bed. All right. Sorry for the graphic visual of Alex Jones bent over squealing. Wee! Wee! That's what's happening in Alex Jones's bedroom. Wee! Wee! You know what's going on. You know what's going on. Squeal again, Alex. His wife shouts. You know what's going on. But ladies, don't do it. Don't do it. You can be, for good guys, like quality white guys out there, you could be, and I'm just talking for us, the same could hold true for quality non-white guys and their women. But you could be dynamite. But whatever you are on that scale, the moment you're like, F this, F that, shit this, shit that, it just is like tanks. It tanks. You know why? Because when you talk like that, we know your brain is not right. We know your living space is not. We know that your car looks like the junkyard. We know that your bedroom looks like this like apocalyptic explosion. And that nobody wants to be in that. Nobody wants to live in that environment. No quality people, anyhow. So essentially what she's saying here, she's like, the nerds in school are now in these positions of power, and F them, and we should take it back. Well, that's a nice wish, honey. Nice. Well said, Cupcake. That's worth 600,000 views. Yeah. And all of these big content creators saying how wonderful you are, how brilliant you are, how breath of fresh air you are. Brilliant. Thanks for the wish. Meanwhile, the biggest proof, and I mean, it should be written in the sky, that the white sympathetic sphere, explicit and implicit, doesn't give a shit about the victimization of white people, is the fact that they don't talk to us, is the fact that they're not, Jones should be saying, I love the no white guilt guy. I fell in love with him. They're having huge victories that normal people in their lives at every levels of society can achieve. It's working. No, they're not interested in that. They're not interested in putting it into the victimization of white people, even white children. How many times? This girl has already been invited on and appeared on 2 Alex Jones shows, and more invites are in her inbox right now. And the Hodge twins, which again, I mean, that's like for the implicit, the conservative group, they're like, oh, the non-whites agree with us, even if they're only half non-white, whatever the hell they are. And therefore, our opinion is legitimate. So that hundreds of thousands or millions showing up there. But here we have actual results for real people. And the Alex Joneses and the Hodge twinses and all of the Knowles. You know, it was Michael Knowles that immediately had Nala on from Daily Wire. Immediately had her on, and they're like, "Oh, you're blessed. You're blessed." She ain't blessed. She's duping you, bitch. So we don't need to hear any more of this. I mean, it's just
those fucking
oh my gosh,
dorks that never got laid in high school.
Yeah. Okay. So you see, quality woman here, quality woman, and more quality is revealed. Okay. So here you have one of her simps, and this is something fascinating as well. Esoteric Truth talking about her simps. She retweets people, and remember, we also learned from the data dump from Twitter that if you interact with people that have small accounts, then that will diminish the spread of your tweets. She interacts with tons of people with tiny accounts. It doesn't diminish her one bit. This guy, 91 followers. So he says convicted wrongfully, just like Trump. She retweets him from her previous account, which only had 2.7 thousand followers. 2.7 thousand. That's it. At June 10th, this June, over 400,000 views to that. He has 91 followers. I have 20 whatever, almost 30,000 followers. I can tweet out regularly and have 200, 300, 600 views. You wonder if it's all artificial or not. And you wonder also, like I said, if it's an artifact of what the audience wants, what they're actually concerned with. Same video right here. You get a little bit of a bigger view of it. Looks like she has like a little bit of a heart necklace on now. You can see that foul mouth just coming out of her there. Let's just keep scrolling up. She retweets a couple screenshots of people saying nasty things to her. And the number of nasty things I've had said to me, I tell you. What is that? Over 700,000 views for that. Here you have her posting a video. And again, using a hashtag which is supposed to diminish. Who the hell is that even? This clown. Who is this? And in this video, and then is she quoting him, or was that in that video, that clown quoting Larry Flint, the pornographer? Well, you made your point now. You made your point about first, my right to speak is upheld by the pornographer. Thank you so much, Lilly. That's fabulous. Thank you. The pornographer. Pushing pornography to children and everywhere else in between. Larry Flint. So she makes the point at the front of this video here that criminals should have guns. I shit you not. 10 million views. 10 million. And I mean, she's a mid. She's not hot. She's not gorgeous. She's not beautiful. This broad is mid. At best. 10. I wish that was my vision. Tag me with what you know, what you think about this Lilly, and what you think about across the platforms. I'll try to keep my eye open while I'm rolling. If not, I'll hit up your comment a little bit later. 10 million. Now, there might be an argument for a person who has committed. There's some happy place in the middle. You commit a crime, depends on the type of crime. You do your time, and then you probably should not be banned from having the right to self-defense for the rest of your life. But the vast majority of people who are felons, convicts, I mean, we're talking about this broad wants to arm the hood, okay? She wants to arm the barrios legally so that these rapists and murderers, well, if you did the time, you should be able to legally walk around with a firearm. No, Absolutely not. Slaughtz, the great Slaughtz, in-house philosopher, pointing out she's trash. Janice says she thinks she's a psyop. Esoteric Truth said doesn't think much of it now after I played the clip with her. She's got a dirty mouth, and not in a good way. 10 million views. 10 million. In part, has to be artificially inflated, but also in very large part, the audience, what they want. The females who want to be loyal to females. And this is what I'm saying. What are you going to end up with think about this in terms of business, marketing. Think about it in total economic terms for a moment. The white sympathetic sphere, what are they buying? It's divided, and we divide it into two. They're not equal proportions at all. The Jew-hating element of the white sympathetic sphere is tiny. It's a tiny sliver. The much larger one is the implicit white sympathetic sphere. What do they want? What are they buying? What are they going to give their attention to? What are they going to give their money to? What are they going to give their time to? What opinions are they going to repeat? This is a problem for us. This is a big, big problem for us. And that's one of the reasons why over the years, over the decades, I realized and I knew that our concepts, our story had to back white people into talking about our victimization in a way that benefited us. Because if we didn't back them into it, without them like realizing and agreeing, they wouldn't do it. They don't want a healthy white guy that's far from perfect, light-featured, healthy white, aggressive white guy with muscles. He's been in fights. He's extremely intelligent. They don't want that. And he's going to talk about things plainly, about our victimization plainly. They don't want that. They want people who are going to abstractionize. They want a female to simp to or a female to be loyal to. And as a consequence of that being what's being bought in the white sympathetic sphere, you get the grifters because they're smart enough to know where the money is. And that's what's happening with Lilly here. You see, folks, she didn't just come out of nowhere. She's not, maybe she's being pushed from behind without being aware of it. I doubt that that anybody pushing her would talk to her, because she says she's dumb, and boy, that's the one place she's right, isn't it? So I doubt they would talk to her, but she is smart enough to know that this is where the money is, because it wasn't in her previous business. Oh yeah, she's not some like run-of-the-mill person. Yeah, she had a job in marketing, but that really wasn't her main thing. And we'll get to that in a moment. That wasn't her main thing. No, her main thing was her business that was called Baby Bits. And she sold pacifier covers. Wasn't going very well. Wasn't making her famous. Wasn't making her rich. So what does she decide to do? This is where the big lesson is that you really need to take away from this. Everybody can see, everybody, even dumb people like Lilly, can see the anti-white narrative. And they know that what gets attention is to play the white villain. How much more proof do you need of how right I and we are about the anti-white narrative? If you play the villain, whether you're Richard Spencer, whether you're Nick Fuentes, whether you're Lily Gaddis or Nala the Ninja, if you play the villain, you will get the attention. If you play the villain, you'll get the money. If you play the villain, the white villain in the anti-white narrative, you can get rich. You'll be adulated for your sacrifice, for your service. You'll have a broader choice of sex partners. You'll have people coming from far and wide to support you with money and help and favors. You'll have people forgive debts. You'll be able to feel important when major media decides they want to talk to you, both alternative major media and mainstream major media. You see, even the idiots know. What is the anti-white narrative? They don't know to call it that, but they know that if you play that villain, just like Adam Green got Richard Spencer to admit. Adam Green, remember, said, "Would you say you played the villain?" And Richard Spencer said, "Absolutely, and I did it perfectly." He did it for himself, not for the white race. Just like Fuentes does it for himself. Just like Lilly Gaddis does it for herself. Just like Nala the Ninja does it for herself. You're going to find out in a moment how much more counterfeit these content creators can be. Because I'll reveal for you several of the discoveries of Lilly Gaddis. She was claimed that she was fired from her job. And look at this. A picture of herself with a gun in her pocket, which is kind of the place you don't want to put the gun. But what does it matter? 1.5 million views. My avatar on Twitter is me with a rifle. How much good has that done for me? She shows up totally mid here, totally mid female that is ruined with her foul mouth. Throws a gun in the picture, 1.5 million. Here she is in a bikini cooking in the kitchen. She even says while she's doing this that she doesn't know what she's doing. And again, I think she is sharing some more platitudes. Let's see. What is this? This woman's over. Oh, so she retweeted this person. How many followers? 940 followers. She retweets people with no following, which should destroy her account. You damn well know that Twitter would tell me if I said, "Hey, why is it I get so few views?" They would say, "Well, you're interacting with small accounts." You damn well know. She retweets this guy. She's all over X for different kinds of TT content, but nobody's talking about this particular video and the most relatable internet thing I've seen in a while, because it's all so true. And here she's talking about how women are less attracted to guys who are in fantastic shape. And more attracted to guys who are in average shape. That is right from the pages of OnlyFans. It is right from the pages of what these whores do. Why, Jason? Why is that? Because the vast majority of the simps are going to be slobs. They want to feel like they have a chance. There she's telling you. She's telling the simp horde army, the Oompa Loompa army, you don't have to be all fit and ripped like Jason Köhne. You could be a total fucking slob. Girls don't even want a guy that's fit. That's what she says in this video. 1 million simping views. Here she says, "Oh no, I just got fired." 2 million views. Immediately starts a GoFundMe or the equivalent of GoFundMe and raises immediately over $100,000. Then a funny little thing happens. And here's Jake, the non-white Shields, she retweets him, 1.5 million more views. Then is it here or is it later? Then she ends up coming back out after raising the $100,000 and says, oh, I wasn't fired. The company is actually owned by a black woman, and this woman was doing the marketing, a black woman. And Lilly says, well, she left the company to protect the black woman who is her friend, the owner who's her friend. And that she agreed that when Lilly says that she should go to protect her, she agreed. The black woman, the owner, agreed because it was going to be detrimental for the company. So after saying, oh no, I was fired, she turns around and says, well, actually, I walked away. She was on and I think that was revealed on a Twitter space. It was revealed on a Twitter space. On her previous account, she had said that she had dated an Iranian. Now, that might be a problem for her, since when you play the villain, the white villain in the anti-white narrative, there are two speeds to it. You can put it into conservative speed and play the white villain there, or you can put it all the way into the epitome of the white villain in the anti-white narrative. And that's kind of where she's gone, using the racial slur. And they say, what's going on? You were dating an Iranian? And then she said, big pause during the Twitter space, and she said, well, I just said that. It was not truthful. I just said that to make a point. Then it was also revealed that she's a single mom. So this is, not only is she not married, she's a single mother, which is this disease across the West. And single mothers aren't doing shit on their own. They're all being supported by all the rest of the white men in society who are paying the lion's share of the Gibbs money that they're getting. So they're not doing shit. Remember how for the anti-white narrative, the meme pathogens back 3 decades, starting maybe 4 decades, and then really pronounced several decades ago, where it was like, worship the single mother, applaud, it's so hard to be they have to do it all. Like nothing, everybody was thinking, well, really? They've got what happens to the kids? How are they working and making the money and taking care of their kid? Oh, big Gibbs are coming in. And then the girls, the moms are out there with the revolving door boyfriends, going out and partying and living large. And all of that couldn't be seen until social media. And then it was all revealed what the single mom. So it's not an honorable thing. It's not like the most grievous, most difficult thing on planet Earth anymore. Now, having said that, there are obviously going to be cases where there are good people who are struggling against challenging scenarios, and they are going to be some of the very few out there who aren't living large, who aren't doing the dating, who aren't using the checks from the children's father and the state to get their hair done and all of the other things and to go out and party. There are women like that, but we all know what the norm is, don't we? Well, here's the big point that I wanted to share, is that her baby's non-white. So this white, anti-white pig looks out at the world, and even though she had a non-white Iranian boyfriend, which she obviously did have, because the child looks 100% Iranian. I mean, like mild dilution, but no doubt just 100% Iranian looking. She looks out at the world, knows that she dated a non-white guy, knows that she has a non-white baby, and then decides she's going to play the villain anyhow. The white, racist, anti-Jew, anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-all of the above villain in the anti-white narrative. That is how counterfeit all of the leadership is. And it has always been this way, folks. It has always been this way. Always been this way. Here's where, and then here you have Harrison Smith over there with Alex Jones. He had to get her on right away. I guess he fell in love as well. Here she is. Let's see if I can make sure I stop it before she...
Okay, this time I have a beef with the male community. I give my criticisms to all.
Okay, hot sauce or whatever. If you recognize it as something else, you tell me.
Because we are all about equity and inclusion here, right? So I'm sick and tired of...
Does that look like a lot of hot sauce? Maybe not. Okay.
All girls getting blamed, or like guys, certain guys, thinking that all girls are gold diggers.
Now, I want you to also note here in this video, and I said this was just the vehicle to deliver the racial slur, because immediately after this video went big, she put out a request asking for people to fund her trip and to pay for her tickets to, and she names first, AFPAC and CPUSA. And had already set up the GoFundMe or whatever it was, and is telling people that her ambition is to be a conservative commentator. Here she's saying, we're not all white women or women in general are gold diggers. We're not after money, except, yeah, that's what you're doing. You're begging on, especially the simps, to come through for you, and they did. She showed up at these conferences. They came through and paid her way. I wonder how much that was. I wonder how much the plane tickets were. And I guarantee you they were first class.
I don't know if it's because you get your information from...
Okay, is this garlic powder? Seems like a lot of garlic powder. My cook's in the audience. Is she actually making something?
Those street interviews in like Miami at 3 a.m. outside of a nightclub. You're getting the opinion of some dumb whores and
okay, so
vote looking for a green card.
Okay, she says here, you're getting the information from whores and immigrants looking for green cards. That was the rest of the bottle of olive oil. Again, no measuring.
Yes, they are probably gold diggers, but that's the exception. I'm the rule.
I'm the rule. And then a day later, I need somebody to finance my trip and pay for the tickets to AFPAC and CPUSA.
Everybody I know who's married right now.
Okay, this is where we have to make sure there's no... Okay, that's where she said it. Everybody I know that's married right now is married to a broke ass, and then there's the word.
And they don't care. We don't give a fuck about your money. I couldn't care less about your fucking money.
Again, I do also want to point out the same thing as when it comes to the body and a guy who works out. The video. Here she's saying, hey, the broadest number of guys out there who can give me money, who can finance my trips, who can follow me and endorse me and support me and promulgate me, the biggest pool of you are not rich. And so here she is to tell them, I don't want you to have a good body. I don't want you to be rich. That's the customer base she's shooting for.
Okay. My type is broke mechanics and surfer hippie dudes who just want to live.
Back to the exact same product. Garlic powder.
In a shack and surf and have babies. All I ask of a man is that you're competent, you're not a pussy. If somebody broke into our house at 3 a.m., you would know how to grab a gun and shoot a motherfucker. That's pretty much all we ask.
Now, back to the same pepper, right? She's going 2 times to this pepper, 2 times to whatever, the garlic powder.
That's pretty much like all girls I know. I don't know one girl who's a gold digger. So stop throwing us all under the bus as if we're all gold diggers, because we don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about your money. My dating history consists of all broke guys.
And her dating history is, so you have a chance. Simp, you've got a chance. I guarantee you what's coming. And I didn't mean for that pun, but she will probably at this rate, the coming days, do a tweet about she doesn't want a big penis. You watch.
Guys. I actually don't even like rich guys. They have an attitude. They're spoiled brats.
There's the same hot sauce again. Can you see how artificial all of this is? But the success it's having.
They don't know anything about real life. I was raised on a farm with 4 brothers, so I can't deal with the bullshit. I don't like a pussy. I hate pussies.
Wow.
So stop.
And then she's back with the garlic powder again. She's going to put more of that in. All right. Let's see. That's the video. And let's see. Retweets. And here's the Hodge twins. Almost 7 million. Black people are ready to hang this white girl because she said, and then the word, in a video. Why do we act so weak and fragile? We ready to burn it all down over a white girl saying our word, but then we silent when politicians send 100 billion to foreign countries. The Hodge twins don't even like Jews. So there's your multiracial Jew-hating movement. Today on the War Room, Owen Schroyer had her on. Of course. And there it is. 2 million views. Owen never reached out to the community that's having success, not once. So what is he concerned with? She tweets, is everything retarded or is everyone retarded? Almost 2 million views. All right. Scrolling on up, and we're going to see. And then this black guy has her on. Of course. Requests for interview coming from every place. She's done nothing. She is nothing. She has no original thoughts. She has nothing of value. Here she is with, who is this clown? This guy flew her out to wherever he is. He's some sort of content creator. And how American, how proud and moral American to give the middle finger like you're 13 years old. You're like a disgruntled 13-year-old and give the middle finger to the photographer. 12 million views. Here she makes a video after to come to her own defense when it's revealed that she has a child. By the way, when people point out that her child's non-white, her big defense is, no, it's not. Say it to my face. Does his hair look kinky? He's non-white. And here she is when she was found out to be this is her defense when she was found out to be a single mother. And she said, you got to give it up for the single mothers because they're the only one. And talking about white people. Like she's concerned about white people.
Hey, America. Hey, people not having kids. You are some stupid motherfuckers out there. The birth rate is declining. And what are you doing? You're getting married. Like, why even bother fucking getting married, you loser? You're getting married. You have some fucking dog in a stroller like a faggot. And then what are you doing? So, like typical, a topic that most people find objectionable, which is these married white couples. And instead of having kids, they have like a pet in the stroller. Everybody dislikes that. How are you helping America? We're letting the birth rates decline. And I'm speaking particularly to white people.
Speaking to white people while she had a non-white baby, while she biologically white erased her own genes.
So today, I want you to take the time out of your day to think a single mom, because us girls getting knocked up, we're the only ones helping with the declining birth rate. You're welcome, America. You're fucking welcome. God.
A tantrum. Because people pointed out that she's another single mother, had a child out of wedlock, and in reality, she's helping out the white race by biologically white erasing her own genetics. If she's white, or mostly white, or whatever she is. That's how she's helping out. So you can see the target here. The target here is to be a leader of the white race. It's just the exact same thing that Richard Spencer, the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes does. Leader of the white race. And you'll see their followers will show up and be like, how dare you? This is the leader of the white race. And they don't give a shit about the white. They care so little about the white race. They're reproducing non-white children. And you know what I find a little ironic is that some of the Fuentesians, the boy groypers, have gone after her for having a non-white child when their king is at least 25% non-white. Like, this is effectively Nick's mother. So that's like attacking Nick's mother. None of this has ever been or ever will be leadership for the white race. None of it ever has been or ever will be a defense against our victimization. Ever. They are usurpers. And that's why they are so infuriating. They are, with their usurpation, are keeping down our natural, biological, white immunity. The immune system that should go to work for our people is being suppressed by the aides of Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer and Nazi Party and Lilly Gaddis, Lauren Southern, and all the others. They are the aides of our illness. God's sake, Alex Jones, the aides of our illness. I'm talking to you white people while she's putting a baby bottle in the non-white baby's mouth that she had. Dinesh D'Souza shows up to support her. It's sickening. So let's scroll up here because I think everybody's showing up. In that video, she's saying, don't be a follower, be a leader. Another just banal, nothing post. And how much? 1 million. 1 million views. I'm going to leave her in just a moment. I want to bring them back. Here is her video of Fuentes speaking to a small contingent of, I guess, what would have been his conference. I don't know what he's scaffolding or whatever it is that he's standing on, but he's speaking to them, and true to his form, he's much better in his parents' basement, in his studio, than he is publicly speaking. I mean, it's just, but here she is just. And she writes here, an America First vision is sweeping the country. Is it America First? Do they ever talk about America? Remember, that's not new. That's been around at least since 85. Somebody saying that, people saying that. But I love this. This I love most of all. This photo, she calls the new right. This is her at AFPAC. Does anybody know who this woman is in white? Is she white? But you have an Arab Muslim, a whatever this woman is here. I don't know if she's white or not. You have this black guy, and this is the one that calls himself Sneak-O. Like, I don't know, sneaking through your house, Robin. And then you have Lilly here. And presumably she's white. Some people are saying that she might be like half Jewish, which would make her non-white, but presumably she's white. And then you have this mestizo guy who also has some white blood in him. That's Jake Shields. And then if you look over his shoulder, and you can see it in my thumbnail, there are two Nick supporters. One of them is very clearly Asian. This is your multiracial Jew-hating movement. This has nothing to do with the white race, nothing to do with our victimization, nothing to do with the recapture of our destiny, nothing to do with putting an end to anti-whiteism. Nothing whatsoever. She calls this the new right. Then here she is with Lucas Gage, who also has become just this total Jew hater, and that's all he represents now. Maybe that's all he ever represented. I don't know. But making the joke here, I guess, about the people saying that she's Jewish or is half Jewish, she says, trying to steal my, quote, Jewish nose, but it didn't work. She posts it again, the picture again, and calls it a new movement. A new movement? Question mark. For America and for white people? No, thank you. I think we'll handle that. This is brand new. Tyler Hansen, she appeared with. He's got 155,000 followers. He immediately had to have her on, whoever the hell he is. Pants asks, do I think Fuentes hit it? Maybe with his fist, or like this part of his fist, to make her go away. So that's where the paths cross between Lilly and Fuentes and his conference. There you have it. There's the great resistance for the white race and America first. It's only and always ever been a movement about hating Jews by selfish individualists who see themselves disadvantaged by a percentage of the Jewish population working together for their individual well-being. That's all it's ever been. And it co-opts resistance to our victimization. And that is the AIDS that has kept our resistance to anti-whiteism suppressed for generation after generation after generation. Case closed. Did you hear about the murder of, let's see, where's my paperwork? Did you hear about the murder of Rachel Morin up here in Maryland, a very nice area called Bel Air? It's north, about an hour, I think, of Baltimore. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about Rochester and the anti-white terrorist attack on a bunch of white children playing at a little, what do they call these? A water pad or something like this? Did you hear about them? No? Well, what a surprise. That's because the anti-whites are in charge. You're not going to hear either from these Jew haters anything about these people because they don't care. They don't care about their lives. They care about their own. Let's have a look at, let's see, at this little video I found on Instagram, because there were a couple of other things that happened this weekend that you might find interesting.
A high school graduation today in Missouri?
No, nobody heard about that. These were the suspects involved in that
shooting. Bunch of people dead this weekend. Nobody heard about it. And this content creator is pointing out that these were the suspects.
That shooting.
Did you know that last night, Saturday night, in Savannah, Georgia, there was a mass shooting where 10 people were shot?
No one heard of this either. These were the suspects involved in that shooting.
So mass shootings carried out every single day across the West, several times a day across the West, counting all of the West. And if they don't fit the anti-white narrative, you never get to hear about them. If they are terrorism, if they are anti-white terrorism, you don't get to hear about them. And these content creators that are the leaders of the white race and the leaders of the West, when they're none of the above, leaders for America, none of the above, they're not going to talk about these things, except in those cases where they can boost their own popularity and then blame the perpetrators here for their birth rather than their deeds, rather than the white erasure of our norms that allows behavior like this to flourish. If we were in charge of America, no one would be doing this because we would execute everybody who did. Right? We know it's the truth.
Seeing a pattern here. If these guys were straight white men, we all would have heard of this mass shooting. But the reality is, your side, the left, has decided to demonize straight white men. So if somebody commits a crime that doesn't fit the category of a straight white man, no major news station is going to pick up on it.
We need to get to this guy and get our concepts in his mouth. I don't know how many followers he has, but must be quite a few. And so we need to get to him and get some of our concepts in his mouth, because he should be saying anti-whiteism. That's why. Here you have this white guy in this video that he's referencing who's anti-white, and he wants to talk about, hey, there were mass shootings and nothing was reported because the victims were non-white. No, it's because the murderers were not white. That's why. That's what that guy in the background needs to be taught. He's got it all wrong. He's inside the anti-white narrative. The victims here are the white race. And the collateral damage, the victims who are collateral damage, were the non-white people who were shot by those monsters. They're collateral damage of the white erasure of our norms, expectations for justice and punishment, etc. These people need to learn this. Let's jump over to Rachel Morin in Maryland, and have a quick look at the anti-white terrorism and what we can take away and how we can discuss this topic with friends and family in order to advance the recapture of our destiny. Rachel Morin, murderer, illegal immigrant from El Salvador, charged in rape and killing of Maryland mom of 5. Unfortunately, the disease of single momism, having children out of wedlock or whatever it is, with the obvious exceptions for those out there who had genuine scenarios where they had to divorce, or the guy got her pregnant and then was a total scumbag and fled. We all know that the vast majority, that's not the case. Does happen. And so we give space for it to happen for real. A migrant from out, so in other words, an anti-white, non-white intruder who was facilitated and had co-conspirators in the anti-whites of all races, including the anti-white white people in the Catholic charities that are bringing these people in. It's not just anti-white Jewish charities. It's also big anti-white Catholic charities bringing these people in massive numbers, are conspirators and participants in the rape and murder of this white mother of 5. The brutal, he's finally been busted for the 2023 rape and murder of Rachel Morin on a Maryland hiking trail, cops said. Now, here's something that I just want to share. White men went out into the jungle. And here I don't mean the literal jungle, as in the type of forest that is along the equator. Here I mean the jungle of the real. Here I mean the real world, where the only laws that matter are the laws that physics articulates, right? Those are the only laws that matter. White men went out into that savagery and created a nursery room where pretty little paths could be cut through the forest and all the dangerous animals could be killed or forced away into other areas, and pretty little paths cut through what was otherwise an extremely deadly, maiming environment. White men did that in the West. That's what we did for our women and children. And then a lot of white women who are anti-white, a lot of them, stabbed white men in the back. And now, when you get out on that path for your little jog, when you get out on that formerly sweet, safe nursery room path that white men gave you, now you get savagely raped and murdered. You ready to apologize? Not just the anti-white women, but also the anti-white boys out there too. You ready to apologize? Victor Martinez Hernandez. I despise reading their names. It makes me sick. Was tracked down in Tulsa, Oklahoma, after police matched his DNA to the gruesome crime scene. Remember, this used to be a path that you could go on at any time of the day in Bel Air, Maryland. It's like 75% white, Bel Air, Maryland. Rachel's murderer is no longer a free man. Why don't we just kill the motherfucker right now? Just kill him right now. You have the DNA. It's a match. The trial. Just execute this anti-white terrorist piece of shit right now in a gruesome way. I mean, a gruesome way. Let's execute him in a gruesome way. Look at this garbage. According to police, Martinez Hernandez has connections to Salvadorian street gangs. All right, well, let's kill all the street gang members too. I'm fed up with it. You're tough. You're going to stand on the corner. You're going to intimidate white people that walk by in our civilization. Fuck you. You're going to stand out there and intimidate. What you looking at, Vato? I don't know. A corpse. That's what I'm looking at. Came to this country for a better life for him and his family. Yeah, better because he had more access to white women to rape and murder, and the jobs of white men to take away from them. The accused killer illegally crossed into the U.S. in February. Look, okay, came illegally. So what? If he came legally, illegally, I don't care. You're not supposed to be here. You're dead. Your whole gang, dead. Maybe even family. We'll clean this up real quick. White people will have we have no problem dealing with each other behaving in monstrous ways. It's time to rid ourselves of the AIDS that is Lilly and Nick and the rest of them, Alex Jones and all of the others. It's time to rid ourselves of that and take the lead in the recapture of our destiny. The accused killer crossed into the U.S. in February after he viciously murdered another young woman. Hernandez was in the U.S. for 6 months before he targeted Morin while she was walking alone on the and so this is trail in Bel Air, and a lot of our people, we commune with nature, the white race. We love the forest in particular. We harmonize with it. We want to go out into it. How many white women listening to my voice have gone out into the forest alone? Maybe you better not do that anymore. This isn't the West anymore. I mean, the spin on it's not Canada, or it's not Kansas anymore. It's now not the West anymore. We're not in the West, Toto. We're no longer in the West. You know, you bring El Salvador to America and you have El Salvador. Her naked body suffered such severe trauma that family said it looked as though her head had been smashed in with a rock. Here she is. So this savage monster, anti-white monster, terrorist, took the mother away from these 5 children. We got a sheriff we'll be talking about shortly who knows how to handle these anti-white terrorists. He doesn't call them that yet, but good Lord willing, he will end up calling them that. So is this woman the victim? Of course. But what about those 5 kids? What about all the lives that they end up touching? Reared without their mother, and how traumatized and dysfunctional they become. The ramifications on the effects, the deleterious effects on society are boundless. You can't even fathom what it would be like to find out that your mother was so savagely raped and murdered that her face was caved in. And then those children go out into the world, and with their trauma, they inflict it on the people that they work with, the people that they date, the people that they marry. You can't have civil society composed of such people. That's why it's so important to prevent this, to ruthlessly punish the ne'er-do-wells. Because it's primarily not about making amends to the victims. In part, it is, small part. The much bigger reason we do that, the much bigger reason why, it should not be we just put you in jail and you get to just live out your days while we pay for you to eat and shit and sleep. It should be savage. The reason we do that is so we can have society. That's why we used to do those things. Detective says here, at one point, things looked really bleak and hopeless for finding this anti-white animal. He says, but patience will win in the end. No, it doesn't. You can go to any police department, talk to any police officer and ask them about the unsolved cases. And how many more unsolved cases are you going to have with people who aren't even on the books, or they're on the books as like 5 different names? But how about even the more egregious anti-white terroristic shooting in a all-white, 98% white suburb of Detroit? Just out of curiosity, all of these content creators who are supposedly the leaders of the white race right now in America First, this just happened on Saturday. Did they say anything about it? Or was that not relevant for them? Bunch of white children being gunned down at a water pad park. Is that not relevant? I mean, hey, you only have so many hours to badmouth Jewish people for working together, right? I mean, you can't let that get, bumped by a bunch of white children being gunned down at the water park, can you? I mean, seriously. Rochester Hills, splash pad shooter found dead. Wounded victims include 2 boys. Where are we on time? All right, we're doing good on time. Let me take a quick look at what you all are tagging me with. Hyperborean Jim asking about Italian and Spanish translators. We had the meme pathogens and MCs all up to whatever point they were at a couple years ago, translated into Italian and Spanish, but not regular ongoing, no. Slaughtz says, I humbly suggest playing his Recapture Our Destiny piece. I'll definitely see if I can find that. I don't have it up on the software right now, but I can definitely track it down. That is a powerful piece that the great Slaughtz made. Ivan is here. Great to see you. Roscoe Rise is here. Great to see you. The photo rivals the one photo with Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, and all the other smart people talking about Lilly's photo. Yes. Yes. Very well put. Anti-White Out is here. Says Maryland is full of crime, Jason. It sure is. You know, I'm in Northern Virginia, so 100% you're right. Esoteric Truth pointing out it's more like America Last. It absolutely is. Well said. New Zug is here. Hello. Olrak is here. TP is here. Jambo is here. Truth says Fuentes has zero vision, and the same goes for Lilly, without question. Just scrolling back through here on YouTube. Cindy Ben is here. Spartan is here. Robert is here. The champions. Nameless one. First Last. Jay Bishop. Azimuth Clark. The champions are in the house. He's asking if entropy is down tonight. No, it should be working. It was working earlier. I see 3 people over there. Is it not coming up for you? It says that just 3 are working. Or 3 are watching over there. It appears to be working. Have you donated over there? If somebody's donated on Entropy and they're not seeing it there, then let me know. Coffin is here. So I don't know if they said a word or not. I doubt it. Over here on Twitter, let's see. Daughter of Eve says, Little Nick. Yes. Daughter of Eve says she would like a female content creator that she could actually identify with. There would be a niche in the market for that Phyllis Schlafly. All the other girls that tried that. Now, Phyllis Schlafly was real. There are no Phyllis Schlaflys anymore. She was legit. Happy Father's Day, says Mrs. Avocado Panic. Yeah, happy Father's Day to you. Thank you. Daughter of Eve saying, greetings, Jason, and make more white children, everyone. Let's see. Tag me, whatever platform you are on, so I'll see what you're saying. Lewis says Nick isn't a serious person. He's a clout chaser. Alt Richie thinks that there's some measure of psyop relative to Lilly. Lewis says, preach, King. I will. Sensori says it's treason to flood our nation with foreigners, much less these actual murderers. Yeah, precisely. Let me see if we can get Entropy. Just make sure on the back end that it is up and running. Okay, I see. Yep, there are some financial gifts. Yep, that didn't show up. on the dashboard. So let me see if I can restart that and get them to show up real quick. And then I'll see what you're saying. There they are. That wasn't hard, was it? A white man at work, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like nothing under the stream on Twitter. Nothing on Rumble. Just right now looking for tags, and we're going to continue. And then I'll come back to these financial gifts, and I deeply appreciate them. All right. All right. Well, then, First Last says, I'm here. How does one properly go about trying to join the outreach team? I was told kind of how, but I really want to be sure or know. Somebody will happily tag you and answer that question in the live chat, brother. The link is in the description for the leader, which is Biospirit of the West. Storyteller says, are you saying working with non-whites is the wrong strategy? How are you defining that? It would be an easy answer that because we already have a lot of non-white people here who and people of mixed race who oppose anti-whiteism, oppose the victimization of Western kind, oppose the use of anti-whiteism to destroy the liberties and freedoms for everybody across the West. So we already have non-white people. Are you thinking in terms of like racial alliance? Is that what you're thinking about? Just tag me again and let me know specifically. Spartan says entropy not working for me. It does seem to be working now. Try it again. What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right, is a quote from Einstein that pertains to this community. We aren't popular, but we are right. Precisely. Bass is here. Coconut is here. Promethean Kitchen says he's from Canada. And like he says, my sister has mixed race kids, and they are more mixed race kids, I guess, in Canada now than white kids nowadays. Wow. God. I was told by my grandmother, says Truth, once that when she was young, ladies never swore in public. That's yes. And yeah, it can be considered a white erasure of our norms. There was no cussing or foul language in normal television, and now that's all changed. It is. So we had a norm, and therefore, since it was ours, it was attacked. And since white people didn't own it as our norm and defend it as our norm, they defended it instead as an abstraction that anybody holds this, everybody holds this, of all races. It suffered the same fate as the tragedy of the commons. It gets destroyed. You cannot disavow our norms, our creations, our government, and think that it will survive. It is the tragedy of the commons. Storyteller saying, yeah, racial alliances. No, there are no racial alliances. Absolutely not. I used to get so embarrassed when I was a young man, and I would go to meetings or to meet up with people, and they were effectively children in adult bodies LARPing as power holders, as like leaders of the white race. And they would contemplate an alliance with blacks or an alliance with, and I was really embarrassed for them because I thought, you know, like, you twist a wrench for a living, or you're an accountant you don't control the white race. Like, you stock the shelves with watermelon. You don't control the white. This is like a child playing tea. I felt the exact same way when, you know, my siblings and nieces and nephews and everybody, and they want to play a game, and we're pretending. That's the exact same way I feel when they have like these conversations. And then, to make matters worse, they would actually go meet up with like small black nationalists or small Hispanic nationalist groups. And these like two groups of disenfranchised, like on the fringe of society. I mean, not the races, but the actual participants, like, are the least successful, the least productive of their groups. They get together. And then I never participated in it. That was just too ridiculous. They would get together and they would talk about how they're going to form an alliance. I mean, don't you feel like how silly and sad and pathetic that is? So there's no racial alliance. We are Western kind. We are the white race. We have to become a people. And the strategy, the effective strategy for doing that, is indigo free stratagem. It works. It's been working for decades. All good people of all backgrounds are able to lock arms with us against anti-whiteism. Non-white people, mixed race people, whatever they might be, can look at anti-whiteism and they can say, morally it's wrong, because not white children are being condemned for being white, the very essence. And that is beyond reprehensible. They can also object to anti-whiteism because they can see that their liberties, the civility of their neighborhoods, etc., is all being destroyed with and by anti-whiteism. So they know if they're going to maintain these things that they want and love, they need to destroy anti-whiteism. As a consequence, they're able to come here and participate with us, participate online all the way around the globe. So that is real, that's adult, that's, you know, mature. That's something that, you know, we're the adults in the room. And that's one of the things that I'm so glad to be away from some of these like circles where they'll still have these very childish conversations about, should we make an alliance with, I'm just like, are you playing Dungeons and Dragons? I think D&D is cool, but not in the real world. Like, if you want to play a video game where your horde can make an alliance with another horde, then yeah, do your thing, you know, but not in the real world. Anyhow, Rochester Hills, did you hear about it? You probably didn't. 9 people were shot at a splash pad in Rochester Hills Saturday afternoon. A gunman got out of a vehicle and unloaded 28 rounds from a handgun and of course, this news rag, since it's owned and run by anti-whites, it says a random act. It's a random act when you go to, in this climate where everything is anti-white and white people are dehumanized, it's just a random act when you go and unload on all the white children at the water pad. It's just a random, no. In this environment where everything is anti-white, every conversation's anti-white, every reason for doing X, Y, or Z is anti-white, on and on, all the way up to the president talking about it, all the way down to the janitors, every aspect of society. Any random killing of a white person is anti-white terrorism in that environment. If you buck against that, let me just put it to you this way. Imagine a similar, a parallel world in which it's not all anti-whiteism, but it's all anti-black or anti-Jew. Every movie is anti-Jew. Every politician, anti-Jew statements. And we've got to make, the politicians are saying, we've got to hurt Jewish people to do right. That's the moral thing by everyone else. That's conversations taking place everywhere throughout the entirety of the lives of the citizenry. And then when somebody goes and guns down a bunch of Jewish children, is that a random act of violence? I rest my case. Okay, so this is anti-white terrorism. And they're not saying, at least as of now, unless somebody can tell me different, the race of the person. So the race is probably non-white in this 90+% white, 95% white community. Probably non-white, since they're not telling us the race. But it doesn't matter to me whether they're non-white or white, because what matters to me is the anti-white terrorism, which is exactly what it was. The problem is not that black people exist or Jewish people exist. The problem is that anti-whiteism exists. If you care about white people, that's the problem. You notice what I said there, people, plural. I didn't say if you care about white person, you. Because if you care about white person, then it's very easy to conclude that Jewish people and black people are the problem. This was said by the Oakland County Sheriff, Michael Bouchard. Sheriff's deputies later found the 42-year-old, it says now white male. There you have it. It's updated. Suspect dead Saturday night. But you know what? Let's wait for his photograph because he might be one of those white males too. We're not going to be gullible, anti-whites. The white race is not going to be gullible anymore. We've been gullible for generations. No more gullibility. Nothing you say is legitimate. So who knows? But like I said, it doesn't matter to me what race the person is. After they breached the murderer's home, the alleged shooter might have died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound as police were surrounding the home. The shooter acknowledged the police attempts to contact him, but officials did not establish full communication. The gunman drove up to Brooklyn's Plaza splash pad along Auburn Road and Rochester Hills, got out of the vehicle, opened fire with a 9mm Glock handgun, reloaded, fired, and then reloaded a second time, leaving 3 bullet magazines at the scene. What a shame that somebody at this park, isn't this Whitmore's territory? What a shame that nobody there was armed to shoot back at this guy. And why do I have to say that? We used to have a nice nursery room of Western civilization, and this could never happen. But look at where we are today. We allowed anti-whites of all races to take us to increasing levels of white erasure, just like has been done to us in France, just like has been done to us in South Africa and in Rhodesia. And now we're at the point where you have to have numerous attack dogs, electric fences, firepower everywhere you go, even at the kids' water park. That's where you get when you allow white erasure. And you have the problem of white people not being able to defend themselves, come together and defend themselves because we have AIDS. And that AIDS is the multiracial Jew-hating movement. So we can't defend ourselves. I guarantee you, if the multiracial Jew-hating movement, the racial animus movement didn't exist, white people would have resolved this generations ago. We wouldn't be here today in this state. Shell casings were scattered across the sidewalk. So just so you know, it's like, here's the road, here's a sidewalk, there's a chain link fence, And on the other side of the chain link fence is the water pad park, this little area where, the water shoots up out of the ground and the little kids run, all white little kids. All the pictures I looked up, I'm sure there are some non-white kids too, and happy for them to be able to play. But these were clearly white people were being targeted. Again, that's something else to notice, that if the shooter, irrespective of the race, had gone someplace to specifically find non-white people, the media would be making a big deal out of this. Find white kids, nothing. Police also found at least 2 weapons inside the home where the suspect shooter died, a handgun and an AR platform, whatever that means. If he had planned to do anything else, that wouldn't surprise me. Having that on the kitchen table is not an everyday activity. The suspect had no prior contact with the sheriff's department, had no criminal history as well. Investigators were processing the scene at the home of the suspected shooter. How many people are dead? One of the shooting victims, an 8-year-old boy, was shot in the head and is in critical condition. A relative of that boy, a 4-year-old boy, was shot in the thigh, but is considered stable, Bouchard said. 39-year-old woman sustained gunshot wounds to her abdomen, legs, also in critical condition. So obviously this tiny little boy is brain dead. He's a vegetable. You're not shot in the head by 9mm and you're fine. And the rest of these people butchered by these rounds flying at the velocity and the proximity that they were shot at, and the psychological trauma and the ramifications for their families, for our people, for what does this do to the totality of the white community and their sense of civility, their sense of peace, their sense of safety. We will go on at length talking about the injuries that our people experience. The multiracial Jew-hating movement will go on at length talking about the different Jews who are behind this group or behind that group. Who's the one that's caring about white people? The oldest victim was a 78-year-old man. Another pair of victims, a husband and wife. Nowhere to go, folks, either. This is like a wide open little water pad. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide behind the chain link. I mean, this guy stopped shooting, I guess, when he ran out of bullets. By the way, a new system, I don't know if it says here, was in place for 911 calls that allowed sheriffs to hear 911 calls as they came in. So there was a sheriff that was on the scene in under 2 minutes because he heard the 911 call come in and immediately raced toward that location. So it was under 2 minutes. I submit this to you as well. This guy who did all this shooting could have killed everyone by driving his car through the chain link fence and running them all over. That would have killed everybody there. Instead, he chose to step out and try to shoot them all. But if he didn't have that gun, he just would have used that vehicle. Spartan says entropy is definitely not working for him. Are you trying there are 2 entropy links. Make sure you're trying the proper one. So if you're clicking on one of them is not working, one of them is. So have a look at that. Maybe that'll remedy the issue. And then tag me again and let me know. The shooting is a gut punch. Rochester Hills Mayor Brian Barnett said that it was a horrible scene with children among the victims. One of the adult female shooting victims is a city employee as well. When I got on scene, I started to cry because I know what a splash pad is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a place where people gather and families make memories, where people have fun and enjoy Saturday afternoon. what normally happens in our city didn't happen today. This is anti-white terrorism, ladies and gentlemen. And so how are the conservative leaders, how are they going to respond to this? Well, they're going to say like, well, the Democrats there are easy on crime. And so we just need more Republicans who will be harder on crime. No, being harder on crime is not going to remedy the demoralization, the browbeating, the dehumanization of the white race. Being hard on crime is not going to remedy somebody who is ready to end his life in order to kill white people having fun, white babies having fun. And so the next thing that the conservative leadership will do to the good conservative base is they'll recommend putting up bulletproof walls around the splash pad, because that'll make for a nice memory. You see what I'm talking about? Anti-whiteism, white erasing our norms. And instead of having the peace and harmony and beautiful memories and people being able to live out their lives, instead of that, and get married and have childhood romances, make their own families, bury their parents, instead of that, you're going to have fleets of vicious dogs to protect the property, electric fences to protect the property, bulletproof walls to protect the property, armed to the teeth. You're going to have like guns hanging over here and guns in here and guns there, so that you could just go into the world. Stop trying to fix perdition with Band-Aids. You have got to go free. When you have the giant successes we've had, getting police departments and mainstream media to change their policy was achieved without electric fences, without bulletproof walls, without firearms strapped all over you. It is achieved with the go free stratagem that undermines anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare waged against our people. Earlier, when addressing reporters at 7:30 near the Rochester Hills Park, Bouchard said the shooting appeared very random. I mean, come on. If they fucking showed up at a Jewish playground, would you call it very random? I mean, go to hell, Bouchard. He can't. And why can't Bouchard say it? He knows he showed up at an all-white water pad. He knows very well if the shooter showed up at an all-Jewish water pad or playground, he wouldn't be saying it appears very random. He can't say it because of anti-whiteism. And people will say, the Jew haters will tell you, oh, he can't say it because of the Jews, because the Jews will come for his job. No, dipshit. He can't say it because to one degree or another, he's anti-white. And he knows it's immoral. He's holding his own tongue. What he needs is the remedy, a white positive morality that defeats the psychological warfare-induced social morality of the anti-white moral imperative. That's what he needs. I had somebody, before we started the show today, some absolute dipshit. I put up that thumbnail showing how this Jew-hating movement is multiracial. And some dipshit wrote up and wrote and said, the noticing is spreading. Take your little dick noticing elsewhere. We need to do more than notice. You little bitch. White people getting gunned down. White people getting gunned down everywhere. White woman of 5 children, viciously raped, face caved in. Children, no mom to come home anymore. Young children, no mom to come home anymore. And you got this little showing up, this absolute little sucker showing up, and he's like, the noticing is spreading. You need to notice a baseball bat upside of your head. That's what you need to know. We're noticers. That is the AIDS of our resistance. That guy showing up is AIDS, just like the rest of them. And there was no known connection to the victims. A spokeswoman for Corewell Health confirmed late Saturday night that some of the victims were transported to one of their hospitals. Corewell's, is that Beaumont, Troy Hospital, 2 miles from the scene. Our hearts are with those who were impacted, affected by the shooting that occurred in Rochester Hills. Corewell Health, Chantel Gaddis, God, said in an email, "We can confirm our team is caring for some of the victims, but we are not releasing any additional information." Bouchard said the gunman was initially contained in the home in Shelby Township, less than 2 miles away. He called it a punch in the gut. And let's see, is there anything more about this to read? In my worst nightmare, I couldn't imagine standing up here talking about another active shooter, Bouchard said. Jarrett Schmidt was visiting his mother. Okay, looks like he ran down and rendered aid. Guess that guy there. They've released, this is just talking about when the call came in, they made an alert to avoid the area. No talk of, no typically, as is typical, no sense of why it was done. No talk of the anti-white terrorism. No speculation by reporters. I mean, that's all the media has always been your entire lives, is reporters speculating about how anti-white X, Y, or Z is, and how the motivations for this or that person have are to what degrees heretical to the norm of the day. You know, they're just an evil white person. They speculate about that all day. Nothing speculated here. You go gun down a bunch of white children, their mothers and fathers at a water pad park. Nothing could be more tragic or monstrous, and nothing is said. Nothing is said. Same thing happened to a black or a Jewish or a Hispanic or an Asian, and it would be endless conversation about it. Absolutely sickening. Well, my friends, there is one sheriff in the world. I'll take a look at your comments really quickly as well. Then we'll take a very short break. We'll come back for our swashbuckling victories, which are numerous, the only community that has victories, and they abound. And then we'll get to the financial gifts, the lesson of the day as well. But let's go ahead and have a look. Let's see. Is this up? Let's go ahead and have a look at a sheriff that knows how to take care of business when faced with anti-white terrorism. Down in Florida, he's got my vote. Polk County, Florida Sheriff. This monitor is exactly at the distance that the glasses don't work and the eyes don't work. Polk County, Florida Sheriff, you kill a policeman, it means no arrest, no Miranda rights, no negotiations, nothing but as many bullets as we can shoot into you, period. Here's the badass. He doesn't look like a badass, but I'm going to tell you, he's just got a soft exterior. He doesn't talk softly. Oh, no, he doesn't talk softly. He definitely carries a big firearm, but he doesn't talk softly. In fact, when he was asked why they shot this anti-white, non-white piece of shit who executed the sheriff on a routine traffic stop and killed the canine canine unit, killed the dog, and shot another police officer. He was asked by the Anti-White newspaper, why did your team shoot him so many times? He shot him 68 times. And this badass sheriff said, quote, because that's all the ammunition we had. I mean, big time salute. Let's get on the feet for this guy. Everybody on your feet. Raucous emojis. Every white sheriff, police chief, colonel, general, admiral, drag them out. That wants the congressman, that wants to handle this the right way, drag them out. Let's salute these are the real heroes. We're done fucking around. I'm going to tell you what, guys like this, before we were alive, would have solved anti-whiteism if it weren't for the multiracial Jew-hating movement. They would have solved anti-whiteism if it weren't for the multiracial Jew-hating movement. This guy looks like he could, if he wasn't a sheriff, he would clean your teeth. This guy would come over to feed your hamster while you are on vacation. That's what this guy looks like. And he told the newspaper, that's all the ammo we had, bitch. We'd have put more rounds in him. Polk County, Florida Sheriff, Grady Judd. I mean, it almost seems like this has to be satire. A man in Polk County, Florida, who got pulled over in a routine traffic stop, ended up executing the deputy who stopped him. The deputy was shot 8 times, including once behind his right ear. Absolutely sickening. Once at point blank range behind his right ear. So he was shot 7 times and obviously in bad shape. And this piece of shit went up and shot him right behind the ear. Another deputy was wounded and a police dog killed. And as a consequence, a statewide manhunt ensued. The murderer was found hiding in a woodland area. As soon as he took a shot at the SWAT team, I wouldn't have even waited for that shit. I mean, this Sheriff Judd was probably like, just shoot him. Just shoot him. And that's the right thing to do. That is the white thing to do. That's the white thing to do. You burn down a police officer and his dog and his police dog, and you shoot another police officer, you're just dead. Fuck you. You are dead. As soon as he took a shot at the SWAT team, officers opened fire on him. They hit him 68 times. The liberal media, writes this content creator, the anti-white media, went nuts and asked why they had to shoot the undocumented immigrant. So in other words, the anti-white, non-white intruder piece of human shit who is in this country and shouldn't be. Why they had to shoot him 68 times. Sheriff Grady Judd told the Orlando Sentinel, quote, because that's all the ammunition we had. Close quote. Now, is that just about the all-time greatest answer or what? Without question. Without question. This guy looks like a regular guy, but the spirit of the West is alive and live and proud and angry in this guy. The coroner also reported that the man, the murderer, the anti-white terrorist, which is what he is, the anti-white terrorist died of natural causes. So the coroner down there in Polk County, this guy is saying, said that the anti-white terrorist died of natural causes. When asked by a reporter how that could be, since he was shot 68 times, he simply replied, when you are shot 68 times, you are naturally going to die. I don't know. Big salutes. I mean, this is how you give white people a moral matrix, ladies and gentlemen. You give them a moral matrix. Let me just see really quickly what I have here. Might have to look for the Slaughtz video. But you give white people a moral matrix. And they are able then to act for our well-being in a moral way which comports with our biospirit, the biospirit of the West, what we consider moral, what we base Western civilization on. You give people that, and then they can act in extremes. What was I telling you about? I think it might have been on Sunday when I said anybody can take, any psycho can take a life, any gangbanger can take a life, and they put no value on the life. They have no value. They put no value on taking a life, being a tough guy and saying that somebody needs to be their life taken or somebody, whatever it might be. Any scumbag can do that. But when you can take a guy like this, when you can take somebody that's moral and that upholds the law and that they value life, when they get to the point that they say this life has to be taken, it has to be taken. And what comes out of the other side isn't the chaos of the psychopath or the gangbanger taking a life, but what comes out the other side is the civility of Western civilization. We'll be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I want you all, I'm going to try to stay calm. I want you all to think about the torture that our babies are being subjected to by these anti-white bastards. That you have a little white girl who so hates herself. And ladies and gentlemen, if you hate your people, if you hate your people's history, you cannot but hate yourself. That is what the anti-whites are doing to us. You have a little white girl that she turns to her mother and asks her mother, begs her mother, am I going to have to be white until I die? Unpack that, ladies and gentlemen. What is that little girl saying? Am I always going to have to be a member of the race that owes and has to compensate and make amends and feel guilt and feel guilt? That is what's coming through this little girl's voice. God damn it, when will enough be enough for you? How much longer, mommy? How much longer do I have to be white? She is articulating what they all are feeling in silence, in their nightmares, in their beds, in their tears when no one else sees them cry. God damn, when is enough gonna be enough? How much torture is enough torture for our babies? When will you say enough is enough? Only a sick and broken and defective human being doesn't get angry as all hell when the vulnerable members of their community are being victimized. It is ameliorated when all the anti-whites get on a knee and beg for forgiveness. That is when we begin to think about, okay, things are finally going in the right direction. Not until then. We want to see their apologies. We want to see them prostrate on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Every single anti-white, you are going to join the sphere of white well-being. You are going to come to the heroes because you are going to hear the silver trumpets of the work we do here for white well-being. You are going to hear that clarion song, and not another one is going to look to mommy in fear and dread and angst. God damn it, when will enough be enough for you? Children, she is articulating what they all are feeling in silence. when no one else sees them cry? How much torture is enough torture for our baby? When will you say enough is enough? How much longer, mommy? How much longer do I have to be white? Your whole life, little girl, your whole life. She's gonna look to her mother and say, Mother, please tell me that all of my days are going to be filled with the beauty and the justice and the glory of being a wonderful white woman that will be a wonderful white family and a glorious future. That will be the white babies that we will make, and that will recapture our destiny. It is time for some rugged emojis, ladies and gentlemen. A very big swashbuckling segment of the gathering today. We're going to zip through it, because if we don't, we're never going to be able to wrap up tonight. That's how many victories we have. We missed last week because we had a hyphenated show. Let's begin right at the very beginning, celebrating the Franklinator, the one and only. Remember, it's 007s, quadruple 07s, 96s, swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen, dragons, everything that you can think of, presents, whatever it is, celebrating the great work of all of our champions. Give it up for Franklinator, who got together the majority of the successes over this past week and the week before, as well as everything else he's doing, moderating and everything else. So make sure you're celebrating the great Franklinator and celebrate his IRL activism. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Look at all of this out in the real world. This is actual content that's changing people's lives. Give it up. Big salutes for the Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep rolling here in our celebration, if I can just figure out how to do it. Here we go. We want to also thank you, though, by the way. Franklin wants to thank Ivan and Biospirit of the West and Samuski for attending Donald Trump Jr.'s stream week before this past one. And this week, he wants to thank for attending the Donald Trump stream Ivan. Also over there, big thank you from the Franklinator. Thank you for everybody showing up and swashing on that very moral gentleman that is Donald Trump Jr., the number one son of Donald Trump. And no surprise when we see the concepts and dialectics coming out of Daddy's mouth. Big successes there. Big salutes to everybody there. I want to also celebrate real big Biospirit of the West. He's got things going on in service to white well-being, on the front, on the back, on the sides. The guy is a magician. He's a wizard. He is at work. Let's give up some big salutes, some big celebration to Biospirit of the West. Biospirit of the West would like to thank Victor as also. Let's give a big thank you to Victor for coming back to the outreach team after he's getting some break from school. So if you are a participant, you know that, or if you're interested in participating in the outreach team, you can come and go as you need to. You come and participate, and then when you've got to go back to school or back to work or something in your family's going on, you could take some time off and come back, as the great Victor has done for the outreach team. Big celebration for the entire outreach team and to Victor. And we're looking to great things from you now that you have returned. I want to celebrate, I think it was Based White and One of Western Kind made some new clips of yours truly. And of course, these are in addition to the great No White Guilt Clips, who is making his clips of yours truly all the time. Big salutes to these guys taking their time to create clips, to spread them around. And if you see these clips, you should follow these guys, spread all the clips they're making. I want to see every one of you retweeting, regabbing, etc., because it's not going to get out there otherwise. We're never going to defeat the AIDS that is the multiracial Jew-hating community by sitting back and hoping somebody else will do it. You have to play a part. So big thank you there. Let's continue with our successes here. Here's One of Western Kind And remember, we're going to have to zip through, but One of Western Kind, 10,000 views, ladies and gentlemen. He writes under I am yes, you are no. The competition hasn't been white erased, but the way things are going in Poland, it probably will before long. Using white erase, ladies and gentlemen. We use white erase. Then he also uses Polish people need to go free of the anti-white narrative. Brilliant use of the concepts and dialectics. One of Western Kind. Celebrate. He's got tons of hearts here. When you see each other making comments using the dialectics, using the concepts, retweet them, wherever you find them, repost them. One of Western Kind again over here. And this is on Ali, I think on an Ali tweet. He said, with 22,000 views, hundreds of likes, One of Western Kind writes, white erasure. Anti-white advertisers are looking for models who are the polar opposite of every white norm imaginable. Anti-whiteism. Give it up. This is how it comes from everywhere. It's these people. We've got to celebrate them. This is their charity. They don't get paid yet. Hopefully white people will step up. Big wealthy white people. One of Western Kind, we love you. One of Western Kind back again. And this is, let's see, it's reply to a Hudson. T.R. Hudson, I think it says. He writes, it's a microcosm of how anti-whites feign persecution, anti-whites being used there, when they are the ones dishing it out to white people. Another example is how they complain X is far right. Now, when they really just allow info that contradicts anti-whiteism. And before was rabidly anti-white. What kind of verbiage would have been here before One of Western Kind was doing this, bitch? When he was swashing, before he was swashing, as the epic swashbuckler he is, what would be said there? Wokeism, liberalism, communism, Marxism? How helpful has that been over generations? Give it up for One of Western Kind. Hundreds of likes, 24,000 views. You know, we're not going to have everybody come and follow and watch like Lilly and retweet like Lilly and get pushed like Lilly, but we can do it together. And that's what we're doing. One of Western Kind back again. This is under Radio Genoa tweet. When are white people? And remember, all of this is in these other people's communities. They're not here. So we are the powerhouse community changing the world. When we white people recapture our destiny from anti-whiteism and white guilt, this brief period of white erasure will be viewed as a bizarre aberration never to be repeated. God bless One of Western Kind. Keep those raucous emojis going. Here he is again. And then this was in response to Notorious MMA and by way... that was in a response to, it looks like a Conor McGregor tweet. He says, One of Western Kind, befittingly embarrassing for our current leadership. Anti-whiteism is harming Ireland. Anti-white NGOs have a lot to answer for. 30,000 views in these people's communities. 30,000 views in these people's communities. God bless you. One of Western Kind. Putting out the concepts that change the world. And you notice, we're talking about the NGOs. He calls them anti-white. That covers all of them that are anti-white. One of Western Kind. And this one is, again, a radio, is it Genoa? There isn't an anti-Pardo narrative in Brazil like there is an anti-white narrative in the West. So the FO rate there is very high. 43,000 views. 43,000 views. One of Western Kind in the past 2 weeks. Killing it. Absolutely killing it. God bless you, man. Still killing it in response to an end wokeness tweet. He writes, victims of anti-white terror attack, 20,000 views. Have you been adding these up? This is 2 weeks in these people's communities, other communities. One of Western kind is swashing through flamboyantly. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG. And he's responding to, looks like the black conservative perspective. He says, I'm absolutely sick and tired of anti-whiteism. Who's with me? He got 3.9, so 4,000 likes from the black conservative perspectives audience. 4,000, 200 and almost 300 replies. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. It's going to roll for a while. Here he is back again over here under the Benny Show. He writes, who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? 617 likes of Benny's audience. Now picking up and using the lexicon and dialect is, give it all the salutes, rain crowns and gems, Anglo-Saxon NWG. He continues swashing flamboyantly. Here he is over here. And also, Cool Papa J Magic is with him. He says anti-whiteism is the greatest evil of our age. 300 likes. Cool Papa J Magic slides in to participate in the conversation, adding that the person that they're talking about there on the Matt Walsh video is anti-white. And he gets some likes as well. Give it up for the teamwork. And those 300 likes are from Matt Walsh's audience, not this community. Keep the celebration going. He's back again, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of this anti-white culture? 2,000 likes. And this is under an Officer Tatum video. Officer Tatum's audience gave 2,000 likes to Anglo-Saxon NWG saying, who else is sick of this anti-white culture? Folks, celebrate. This is the world getting changed by the community who is actually representing the white race. Westman, Western kind. He's back again, ladies and gentlemen. And wait, on this one, let's see. Okay, not on that one, but check this one out. He writes, Anglo-Saxon NWG writes, no more anti-whiteism, no more white guilt, Trump 2024. Officer Tatum's audience here. Is this Officer Tatum? Yeah. 3,500 likes from Officer Tatum's audience. And Officer Tatum pinned his comment and gave him a heart. The black Officer Tatum conservative pinned his comment and gave him a heart. And it's not the only time. Now, who else is going to be getting this kind of treatment? The entire audience, these content creators' audiences coming to the swashbucklers of this community. This really is the apostles. This is the apostles of a new day. This is the apostles of a new dawn. A sun rising in the west, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Over here on Black Conservative Perspective, absolutely sick and tired of anti-whiteism. Who's with me? 3,500. Over here. Here we have another Anglo-Saxon NWG. Who else is sick of the anti-whiteism? 773 likes from Black Conservative Perspectives audience. This person saying, me too, sick of it. Who else is absolutely sick of anti-whiteism, says Anglo-Saxon NWG. Under a Tucker video. 1.3 thousand likes of Tucker's audience. Our applauding audience has to take a breath. We have so much going on. And look at the replies, too. 126 replies. We're having, in some of these cases, our swashbucklers are making comments. They're having 100, 300, 500 comments. People responding to what they are saying. Does this work? Is this the way? The evidence is all there for you to see. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, bitch. Here he is again. Who else is sick and tired of the anti-whiteism? 1.2 thousand likes over there under this Tucker video. I mean, it's just like, you want to know how to do this? How to be a swashbuckler, how to change the world, how to cause the white race to view ourselves as a people and act accordingly. This is it. You're seeing the champions do it again and again. Officer Tatum, 1.2 thousand likes. Anglo-Saxon and WG. Who else is tired of anti-whiteism? Officer Tatum gave this one a heart. 730 likes. Folks, I mean, this is like incomprehensible. These audiences, implicitly white sympathetic and including good non-white people, are overwhelmingly, with their comments, with their upvotes, the content creators with their hearts and their pins, saying yes to the Go Free stratagem. And do you know what the difference is here? The content creators aren't having me on because I've so popularized myself, and all that matters is the center of attention, a la Fuentes. It's this community of heroes. It's the stratagem. Here we have it again. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Salty Cracker across the board. 2,000 likes from Salty Cracker's audience. 58 replies. Anglo-Saxon NWG, who else is sick and tired of this anti-white culture? 2,000 likes. Get out some 007s. Raucous emojis. Keep them coming. Find the swashbuckling flag down there in the emojis. Throw up the swashbuckling flags because this is epic flamboyance, ladies and gentlemen. I want it to be as flamboyant as possible. I want it to be like horses leaping through a steeplechase with fireworks and scarves and flowers flying in all directions. Flamboyancy of these swashbucklers. Here we have the great clips. No white guilt clips. Ladies and gentlemen, 11,000 views. 11,000 views. We got to this point because white people put our principles of freedom of speech above the flesh that created that principle. Right? No white guilt clips. And this is under Liberty Cappy, I think is what it is. That community. 11,000. We got more no white guilt clips that'll come up soon. Here we now have Cool Papa J Magic. He says, I cannot support any candidate who openly endorses anti-whiteism. RFK was never an option. 1.2 thousand likes of Hive Mind's audience. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. There's more to come. Over here on the great King Dice, he writes, they're not actually offended. Not a single one. This is just anti-whiteism. Look who gave him a heart, but the great King Dice. Are you saying a sea change? I know I am. A big sea change. 500, over 500 likes from the great King Dice himself. And a heart from the great King Dice. Cool Papa J Magic, swashbuckling captain that he is. He's over here on Liberal Hive Mind's channel. Charlemagne the dog is just big into anti-whiteism. 311 likes from Liberal Hive Mind's audience. It's going to happen. You're going to be seeing all these different places giving hearts and pinning to keep pace with their audience. Cool Papa J Magic over here twice on Lotus Eaters. This is not about socialism. It's about anti-whiteism. 210 likes from Lotus Eater's audience. 8 replies. The first one here says, agreed. And then you have a Cool Papa J Magic back end again underneath with a little bit more explanation and 70 more likes. Give it up for the great Cool Papa J Magic and his extraordinary swashbuckling. Cool Papa J Magic again and again on Lotus Eaters. Anti-whiteism needs to be addressed as the central issue in the West. It also, not at all coincidentally, happens to be the one thing conservatives refuse to talk about. It has to be confronted. It is time. 400 likes. An absolute like pushing back against typical Lotus Eaters abstractionizing. 400 likes from their audience. The epic Captain Swashbuckler, Cool Papa J Magic at work. He continues on Lotus Eaters. If the party doesn't address white erasure, they are just in the way. No more anti-whiteism. Over 300 likes there, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going for Cool Papa J Magic. Over here, he swashes on Matt Walsh. He says the whole Caitlin Clark thing is pure anti-whiteism. They're just jealous of her. Not that I care about the WNBA by any stretch, but I absolutely do care about how our people are being treated. Anti-whiteism is not okay. The great King Walsh audio, 500 likes from King Walsh's audience. In a response, 48 replies, and somebody writing amen to that. How does it end up coming from everywhere? How is it happening? Is it just like the seesaw? Is it just things sliding back the other direction, as the jealous pricks would like to say? Or the people who have yet to be educated on it? Hell no. It's Cool Papa J Magic, bitches. He had another comment here. They got 45 likes. This is why we don't care to use the R word, Matt. It's anti-whiteism. Correcting the King Walsh here, the R word is only meant to be used on white people. It's a slur. Keep it going, and the raucous emojis. Cool Papa J Magic over here on Matt Walsh. Again, diversity just means white erasure. That's why it's never considered diversifying when white people are brought into a majority non-white group. I think Matt will touch on this. Still felt the need to say it. Over 200 likes from Matt Walsh's audience. What happens when the audience starts using our concepts? The content creators must follow. Cool Papa J Magic. I mean, you know who the champions and who the doers are, right? You know the people to celebrate, right? Do you need more info on who to celebrate? Who are actually the change agents? You had how many thousands show up to watch Fuentes? We have a couple handfuls that have changed the world. It's not about money. It's about proving their allegiance to the ruling ideology of anti-whiteism. 72 likes over there on Matt Walsh's audience. Here he is on Michael Knowles. Cool Papa J Magic is like a demigod swashing through this dark age. The second we call them asylum seekers, we have lost the moral argument. Precisely, brilliantly put. The words and concepts we use also decide the way we think and the direction our conversations will go. We need to stop using the language of the anti-white narrative. This is an absolutely brilliantly written post. Got 61 likes so far. Absolutely worth celebrating. You should repeat those exact words elsewhere on the internet. Here he's swashing over here on Misha Petrov, the great Cool Papa J Magic. How about instead we demand respect and gratitude for allowing you to participate in this civilization we create? Unbelievable anti-whiteism. 161 likes from Misha's audience. Where the audience goes, the content creator follows. Cool over here again on Misha. How about no more anti-whiteism? 650 likes from Misha's audience. 650. God bless you, Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is on Tim Pool. Who else is sick of funding white erasure? Tim Pool's audience, over 600 of them, said that they are tired of funding white erasure. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. An absolute. And look at this. Here's cool. Now, we had Anglo-Saxon and WG. Here we have getting a heart and a pin and a heart from Officer Tatum. Here we have Cool Papa getting a heart from Officer Tatum. Obviously must be a moral guy. Cool Papa says to assume he did this because he's anti-black is anti-whiteism. 725 likes from Officer Tatum's audience on that, and a heart from Officer Tatum, the content creator. Here we are back. He says, Cool says, no white guilt. Over under a John Doyle video, somebody who Nick Fuentes is very jealous of. 600 likes from Doyle's audience. 600 of John Doyle's audience sees Cool Papa J Magic write no white guilt. And they all say, hell yes. This is how the world has changed. Here we have, this is somebody, just an audience member of the great King Dice, writes, anti-whiteism needs pushback. 200 to almost 300 likes over there under King Dice. The beauty you cannot even begin to appreciate when our OT, our swashbucklers, get to see the audience of content creators that we are swashing on begin using the dialectics and the concepts of the Go Free stratagem. That is truly a magical moment. And we have done this in how long? How few short of years with how few people we've done this? This is the one, this is the way, this is the path, this is how we recapture our destiny. John G in the house, ladies and gentlemen, back on his back window. We are ending anti-whiteism. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Beautifully written there, John G. Give it up. Big celebration. That's not all. We are a nation of Western kind. NoWhiteGuilt.org. A literal driving billboard. Who knows how many thousands are seeing this hero. God bless you, champion. We love it. We love you. There's the great Thunder from Down Under. In his comment, he writes, what a disgusting act. Erasing said Sierra's image from your pages. Shame on you. And then the name, I can't quite read, is it Indo Sport or something like that? Or anti-white despicable. How many people? Almost 11,000 views. Hundreds, almost 1,000 likes. The great Thunder, Down the Under, pointing out it's anti-white and despicable. Big salutes. 007s. Who do we have here? Lunder over here. Is this Lunder or? Yep, it's Lunder, and Eric is here. We have him, and this is, who is this? It's Butterfield video. Lunder says, I'm so sick of the blatant anti-whiteism. Over 300 likes from his audience. Our cheering audience has to take a breather. They'll come back. Eric then coming in as well under there. Same here, mate. Heard of a channel called No White Guilt before? Oh my goodness. That's some tag team, baby. That's some tag team. And then the White Baron, wonder who that is, shows up. Same. It's everywhere nowadays. Big salutes to these champion tag team and swashbuckling heroes, ladies and gentlemen. The world changing. And these heroes in our once great country of Australia, we are everywhere, literally. Give up the celebration. Here you have No White Guilt Clips. I told you he'd be back. Here he is under Ajax, who is retweeting libs of TikTok. The great No White Guilt Clips writes, the outcome of anti-whiteism. 32,000 views. 32,000 views. Hundreds of likes. Give it up for No White Guilt Clips. Talk about a celebration. Keep celebrating. Clips Again, this time on End Wokeness. This is the outcome of anti-whiteism. 24,000 views, hundreds of likes, no white guilt clips. Add all these together of all of our swashbuckling over the past 2 weeks. Is it happening by chance? Here we have no white guilt clips under Alex Jones. He writes, enough is enough. Retweets himself. We have to start taking care of each other the way that every other race does on planet Earth. 11.2 thousand views, ladies and gentlemen. You know who the heroes are. You know who the Captain Swashbucklers are. Give it up for these fantastic champions. Another. In response to In Wokeness again, the politicians best heed these words. This one, 14.6 thousand views, ladies and gentlemen. Keeping it going, no white guilt clips. Back again under Paul Zaipula. He writes, because of anti-whiteism, 10,000 views. All on other people's accounts. In 2 weeks. This is 2 weeks. Homeless Bear, ladies and gentlemen. And this is under I am yes, you are no tweet. He writes, white erasure is anti-white. I'm surprised Reddit even allows a subgroup on the topic of white erasure. 11,000 of his audience views. Over 100 likes. Give it up for Homeless Bear. Homeless Bear back again under Andy No this time. The answer is simple. Anti-whiteism. People have been taught to think that white people have oppressed the rest of the world since the beginning of time, and therefore it is seen as moral to victimize white people into oblivion while white erasing our creations from the universe. 8,000 views under Andy No, ladies and gentlemen. Hundreds of likes. Give it up for Homeless Bear. We are the White Positive ADL. How many hundreds of thousands of views? How many hundreds of thousands? Paul Zaipula coming in here. And this is under Libs of TikTok tweet. The great Zaipula says, this is the anti-whiteism that's sadly sweeping the West because of the left and there. He says wokeness, but it's the anti-whiteism. 12,000 views. Give it up for Paul Zaipula. Big salutes. Big salutes. Here we have Zaipula back again. This is what is called anti-whiteism in response to End Wokeness. Working on 30,000 views, ladies and gentlemen. 25.5. Hundreds of likes. Give it up. Zaipula swashing victories. Another. All programmed by leftists who openly promote anti-whiteism. 30,000 views. 1,000 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for this epic swashbuckling. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of victories that we are having here in service to white well-being. Zaipula back under End Wokeness. He writes, anti-whiteism just lost a big one here. 14,000 views of anti-whiteism. 14,000. Working on 500 likes. Keep it going for Zaipula. Homeless Bear is back again. He's under Libs of TikTok. White erasure is anti-white. Working on 9,000 views. 100 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Repeat the applause for Homeless Bear. Get those flags out. Find those swashbuckling flags. Here we have Malone LeVay, whoever that is. Whoever that might be. Give it up for Malone LeVay. Who else is sick of? Is that Albos government and his anti-whiteism. And this under Sky News Australia, working on 300 likes. Ladies and gentlemen, Malone LeVay, come and get them. That is their audience. Remember, it's happening everywhere. The White Baron coming in again. writing here, who else is sick of the constant anti-white or the constant attack on everything we love in our countries by anti-whiteism? Working on 100 likes under this person's audience. Give it up, the White Baron, swashbuckling hero. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. We're not done, though. King Dice has come through for us, and let's watch two short clips by the king himself.
With all that free publicity, which was over 2 years ago, nobody cared. Nobody watched. Up until this year, because there's a new star in the WNBA, an NCAA all-time leading scorer, two-time national champion, first-round draft pick into the WNBA, Caitlin Clark, who obviously is white. But that's not going over very well these days with systemic and institutional anti-whiteism and widespread white envy.
Oh, my God, I love it. One more from King Dice. Make sure he hears your love.
Which added this editor's note saying this report is under revision. We used the words racial conspiracy theories as a shorthand and acknowledged that was not the best choice. It's actually the perfect choice, which is why a few years ago when I decided to write a clear, concise definition of critical race theory, I defined it as a scholarly-sounding culture Marxist term used to disguise anti-whiteism, which promotes the conspiracy theory that white supremacy is woven into the fabric of America and remains at the heart of the legal system, schools and universities, corporate institutions, and culture in general.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. We have so many victories. We have so many swashbuckling victories. Make sure all of these champions hear your love for them, hear the pride that you have, the success that we're having, ladies and gentlemen. We have so many successes. We're getting victory fatigue, the only community, and we'll be right back. My gosh. Oh my gosh. I am tired from the victory. I got winded with the victories. What champions we have. I told y'all, long time ago, I'm not looking for a bunch of people in the stands to be fans. I'm looking for players on the field to win this game of taking our destiny back. And man, have they all showed up in spades. This is the most glorious thing I could ever imagine. God bless you all for all the work that you're doing in service to white well-being. We're going to open up a Twitter space just for community members, I think, as we get into the final moments here. What should the Twitter space be on? And maybe your thoughts on, what is it, Lilly? Maybe your thoughts on her, or what might it be? What do you want to do the Twitter space on? Let me know. And we're also going to take a look at the financial gifts. And I'm just taking a quick look to see if I missed anything. And it doesn't look like it there. Did I miss anything over here? No. Okay, I think we do have, I just want to say for the future, there's no use in ever saying again that, Jason, your shows are too long. If you made long, I don't have time to watch your show because it's just too long. Because the claim that more people will watch if you do shorter shows. Last Sunday was 30 minutes long, and it has the lowest viewership ever. So no, shorter shows doesn't make it more watchable. I think what you have is you have people showing up who just want to be entertained, and they're not getting the entertainment they're not getting the immersive experience that they are in the Star Wars movie that you can get at Disney World, or they're not getting the immersive experience that they are in, whatever, Lord of the Rings while they're video gaming. I'm not going to give you that. You have to actually do this in the real world. So we take a look at the financial gifts. That was kind of an announcement, and we'll get, maybe we'll put this up right now. And because it's already, boy, I mean, victory fatigue. We have to like coin an entire new concept. Victory fatigue. We have so many victories. And how can you have more receipts? And by the way, while we're having these victories, we got people out there who believe that they are doxing me. What kind of people are those? All right. Let's see. I guess we'll just make it. All right. All right. The space is up. What do you think about Lilly? We're talking about Lilly Gaddis for the purpose of the space. And the lesson of today is perfect. The Go Free lesson of the day is perfect because we are talking about grift guarding. And that's what so many of these content creators do. They grift guard and they prevent folks from finding out about yours truly because they're concerned that their audience will end up following yours truly and give them up because we have actual victories and they just give novel takes every week or every other day on the victimization of our people, our countries, etc. So let me get to the financial gifts, and I want to start off with the financial gifts that we missed this past week. We had Stumbling, who financially gifted $3. Thank you so much, Stumbling. And he wrote with those $3. I made a Substack /Stumbling Crumbs. I posted an original poem, The Tree of the Westman. And I will be posting a series of Go Free essays based on the prompts from the book. First one tomorrow. So there you have it. Stumbling has a Substack. Check it out, folks. Let's get our raucous emojis together and celebrate the great dude bro moment, ladies and gentlemen. 50 white well-being dollars. And he writes, of course, for white well-being. If you're showing up for the Twitter space, we are celebrating some financial gifts, and we're going to be talking about Lilly. If you are not a regular of this community, you will not be given the mic today. You might a different day, but you can tag me on the comments and ask your question or give your opinion, and I will read that. So you will be able to participate that way. But give it up. Big raucous emojis. Big love for Dude Bro Moment. $50 last Sunday we missed. Keep it going. The big raucous emojis, the big celebrations for another well-known champion. No white guilt clips. 100 saluting dollars. 100 saluting dollars. 107. This was last Sunday as well. And keep it going for Promethean Healing, who gave 100 financially gifting dollars to white well-being. And he wrote with those $100, Promethean Healing writes, absolute legend, talking about yours truly. God bless you, brother. Deeply appreciate that. Big round of raucous emojis for all of these folks who financially gifted over the past couple of weeks who I missed. And let me take a look today. Who is financially gifted today? Get your opinions together for Lilly Gaddis, Lilly Coleman. What do you think? You can, if you are on the Twitter space and you're not a normal or regular in this community, you can write in the comments section and I will see it there. Tag me as No White Guilt. You can also head on over to YouTube. You can chat with me on a number of platforms that we have available to you. But keep it going. Again, another round of raucous emojis for Dude Bro Moment today, bringing in another $50 to white well-being. And he says the total now $100 for Dude Bro Moment. And he writes once again, for white well-being. Do you remember that every now and again, Dude Bro Moment has to talk to himself because he has to hear from a professional. Dude bro moment. Give up and show him the love. God bless you. Keep it going. Raucous emojis for Wilson Bear over here on Entropy as well. Financially gifting. Wilson Bear financially gifting 20 US dollars. God bless you, brother. He says, what do you think about using the term remoralize or remoralization to describe the process of reversing the damage caused by decades of demoralization? It's not bad. I mean, I'll think on it. It's one of those things that that's the kind of concept that can be used more or often or regularly by those who are analyzing the process, as opposed to those who are actually swashbuckling. Like that wouldn't be something you would take to people in the comments section and things of that nature. But yeah, I'll think about it. Thank you for the suggestion. To remoralize is what we are doing, folks, because of the demoralization. Wilson Bear, back again with another $5. God bless you. Thank you, brother. Crowns and gems. Do I need to even say 96s for these heroes, especially the ones that just in so many ways are in service to white well-being and financially gifting, not the least of the ways that they are in service. Wilson Bear, $5 says, cooking what is this? A5 steak? Is that Wagyu steak for dinner tonight with no white gill? Whatever that is, I don't think I've had it, but it's going to be the best it's ever been since it's with no white guilt. The great Slaughtz here, financially gifting $3 and writing test to make sure that Entropy is working, and indeed it is. Thank you so much. We were having one issue earlier. I think it was just one, but we'll keep our eyes open. Thank you very much for that, Slaughtz. Appears to be up and running. And big thank you to everybody who financially gifted on this platform. On the Twitter space, we will be talking about Lilly Gaddis, her non-white baby, and how she wants to be she's a single mother and wants to be a conservative content creator for white people to push back against what would she call it? Probably the Jews is probably what she would call it, because she's playing the villain. And a perfect example of how everybody can look out into the world and you can get your popularity by playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. Over here on Odyssey, we have Ash financially gifting $25. Let's get some crowns and gems for Ash over there with a big financial gift on Odyssey. $25 here today. God bless you, Ash. Crowns and gems, and writes, thank you, Jason. I don't see any tags over there, but thank you so much for that. Let's check out D Live. Looks like Fledgling has donated 4 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency on D Live. God bless you for that, Fledgling. Great to see you over there. Take a look at Rumble. No financial gifts, but hello to those who are in the chat. Hello, hello. I don't see anybody. Let's see if there's anybody under the thread on Twitter. The live stream thread, that is, not the Twitter space. No, nobody there. Let me check out here on the Twitter comments. It looks like there are a few more comments. We got Alt Richie and Daughter of Eve celebrating all of the massive victories that we were celebrating here during the swashbuckling segment. It is epic. Zug says that's a lesson, I guess, to the anti-white terrorists. Next time, oh no, it's a lesson to the police officers. Next time, have more ammunition so that you can't just riddle them with 68 rounds of ammo. Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. Swivel around, and then we're going to talk more about Lilly and the lesson, the Go Free lesson of the day, which is grift guarding. It's a meme curative. We are refreshing over here on Subscribestar and Cash App to see if we missed anybody there. We're good on Subscribestar. And now Cash App, we have for today, Yizz the Unifier. Financially gifting $5. Thank you, Yizz. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you. Thank you so much. She swashed through earlier, the very beginning of our gathering today. Check it out once we're done. Get on your seat, get out of your seats, on your feet, drop the crowns and the gems. Make sure that this man never walks on the ground. Dr. I is here. $100 financial gift. God bless you, brother. He has a big 07 salute. Big 07 to you. Thank you so much. He says, blessings to you and all the white well-being champs. What a champ Dr. Igor is. You may work on my eyes whenever, my friend. Keep your August emojis going for Ulrich, who was in the live chat today and over here on Cash App. $50 financial gift to the white ADL, ladies and gentlemen. Financial gift to the white ADL, $50. And he says nothing with it because that $50 is a massive testimonial when it comes from the working class people here or who are financially gifting our amazing work for white well-being. And we have here, who is this? This is JSF, says with $10 financial gift. He says, that's all the ammo we had. And that's what the $10 financial gift is for, that comment. He says, thug life on display. That's awesome. $10. Yeah, that sheriff is badass. I want him to come sheriff my community. Keep it going. Keep your August emojis going. For Cool Papa J Magic, all he did over the past 2 weeks, and so many tens and tens of thousands of people seeing our concepts and dialectics because of him. And here he is financially gifting $25 as well. He says, I'll have to catch most of the stream tomorrow, but 07. Big salute to you, brother. God bless you. Cool, Papa J Magic. Make sure he hears and feels the celebration. And in case you were wondering, the Great Clips has returned with another 100 saluting dollars. 100, that's 200 saluting dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Another $107. Please make this man feel your love. Let him know how much you care. 107, 100 saluting dollars again this week from the great No White Guilt Clips. Tens and tens of thousands of people over the past 2 weeks have seen the work of the great No White Guilt Clips, and he still comes in with 200 saluting dollars. What an absolute epic champion. Here we have, I'll say Mac. Mac has decided to join the league of 100 saluting dollar champs. 100 saluting. Get on your feet. Get on your feet. We're going to be talking right now, right after this, about Lilly Coleman, that is. Get on your feet for Mac. $107 to white well-being. God bless you, brother. Everything that has to be said in service to white well-being. That kind of a testimonial from a working class person. God bless everybody. Thank you all for celebrating. We're going to begin. We got a request from Mike over here on the Twitter space in connection with Lilly Gaddis, who is, in my opinion, is no different than Nala the Ninja. Nala, except that Nala the Ninja made how many millions of dollars and prior to deciding that she was going to be a conservative content creator. You have this Lilly. She had Baby Bits company. She also worked as a marketer for a company owned by a black woman. And Baby Bits wasn't going anywhere. And the job for the black woman, I guess, wasn't paying enough. So Lilly got the idea by looking out at the environment. What can I do? She said to herself. What can I do to get rich? And she saw what we refer to as the white sympathetic sphere, the vast majority of which is implicit, but there is an explicit white sympathetic, people who are willing to talk about the victimization of whites. And she said to herself, this grifter said to herself, how can I make money off of these people? Well, despite having had an Iranian boyfriend that she now denies, so a non-white boyfriend, and having produced with him a mixed race, non-white child, she thought, I will become the leader of the white race by playing the white villain in the anti-white narrative. I will go out there and I will say what the villain says, i.e., racial slurs. I will condemn non-white races on the basis of their birth. Again, the work of the villain, the white villain, in the anti-white narrative. I know on her old Twitter, she apparently had made some comments about concern for, quote, anti-Semitism in the world, but I think that'll probably disappear, and she'll start talking about how she's a noticer or something lame, something lame like that. So just observe that a self-promoter, a grifter, even when she is the opposite of the white villain in the anti-white narrative that wants to exterminate non-white people to various degrees, divest them of all of their possessions and holdings and the like, even though that is the character that she has to play, or I should say, despite that being the character that she has to play, she has been what in some circles is called a race desecrator. She has dated non-whites, one that she's admitted to. There's speculation about others, and she has a non-white baby. So you can see these people, every time we look at this leadership of the so-called like resistance against the victimization of white people or the undermining of our Western countries, what do we find? These people who usurp the defense of the white race and say that they are the real defenders are often, it seems almost uniformly, non-white or half-white, or they have non-white children, and they have anti-white pasts and even anti-white presence. And they want to direct everything instead away from the victimization of Western kind, away from the work that we do here, and instead focus it for their personal enrichment and aggrandizement, intellectual, sexual, etc., on other races of people, primarily Jews. And almost entirely driving that is the rage born out of the being in the disadvantageous position of a selfish individual relative to a group of people whose a percentage of is willing to work together for group well-being to accomplish individual well-being. These people, Lilly Gaddis, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Richard Spencer, and we can go back, there are more and more over the decades, many more. These are just some of the names you know now. These people are the aides to white well-being. The white race would have been able to extinguish anti-whiteism. Our natural immune system would have been able to extinguish anti-whiteism if it hadn't been for these people. And so what do? One of the aspects of what they do is they grift guard. That is the Go Free lesson of the day, grift guarding. That is that they have their audience, and we see this throughout the explicit white sympathetic sphere that I was in for many years, trying to persuade people to adopt the Go Free stratagem because it works, perfecting the Go Free stratagem over the years. And almost entirely, the leadership of the different groups kept me from their audiences by various means. It continues today. They kept me from their audiences because if you're truly there to have a conversation about ending our victimization, the audience members who hear that for the first time, they fear, these content creators fear, will leave. They might take their money. They'll take their time that they would have invested in these content creators, and they will take the money, the time, and whatever else, and they will invest it in white well-being instead. That is at the core of grift guarding. You see several types of grift guarding in doom documenters and doom dissectors. And by the way, the concept title came from First Last. So big salutes to him for that. And you see it at work in various ways when you have doom documenters online. And what they do is they look out at the audiences of different content creators and they choose their guests based on audience size. Why is that? Why don't they choose their guests based on the facility of the strategy that they apply in service to ending our victimization? Quite simple. They don't care about our victimization. They do not care. What they care about is themselves, their money, their sex opportunities, their popularity, their fame, their aggrandizement. And so they're looking for people who have audiences that they might be able to lure some away. They're looking for people, especially when you have an audience like Nick's that will attack content creators who don't and slander content creators who don't laud Fuentes. They're looking to obviate those sorts of attacks. Lilly Gaddis is the latest example. She is primarily a product of a white sympathetic sphere that doesn't want to do anything to end our victimization. They are here for entertainment. That's what they're here for. And the evidence is everywhere for you to see. It just takes the maturity to accept it. They're here for entertainment. They're here to feel like they are participating in some sort of resistance. That's why Alex Jones has all, this is the war room and everything. There's nothing taking place. You're not doing anything by participating in that. There's no war room. It's no more war room than the spaceship for Star Wars at Disney World that you walk through and the stormtroopers march by. It's as fictional as that. They are there for content creators to give them a scapegoat so that they can protect what shreds of dignity they have left. They are there for excuses to not do anything because responsibility is burdensome. So they would rather have an excuse. That's what the sphere is majority populated by. And that's why grifters like Lilly, looking for a place to get rich, come here. They know exactly what to say because they're on the outside and they look in and they see what's getting rewarded. It couldn't be clearer. So that's grift guarding, coming in various ways and at various angles. Let's see. Southern Bloom is with us. JK160. Oh, JK160 pointed out, unfortunately, that even Mark Dice has kissed her butt. Well, hopefully he'll realize what she is and he'll back off sooner than later. Audience size or potential revenue from controversy adds Slaughtz. You're absolutely right. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'll pass the mic over in just a moment. I would like to see your questions or comments. And if you are a regular here, I would like to, if you are interested in talking, we have a little bit of time left. The great Franklin writes about Lilly that maybe she'll join Lauren Southern's feminist coalition. There is a feminist, Lauren Southern, and as a feminist coalition, she's got this private chat she revealed to everybody. Maybe Lilly will join there as another one of the single mothers of leaders of the white race. All right. Mac Attack is here. I'll pass the mic over. Let me just make a quick walkthrough, make sure I didn't miss anybody on Twitter. Somebody says, is that Sensori? Says, who has a non-white baby? Lilly Gaddis. who changed her name from Coleman to her mother's maiden name, which is Gaddis. So a great leader of the white race to come. She's just going to show up and, all right, I don't see any other comments, so let me see, who do we have here? All right, Joshua. The mic is yours. When you see it, you can unmute. Share your thoughts, brother.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfectly, man. What's on your mind?
All right. Well, about this Lilly person, who I only just found out about today because of you, because I don't really pay that much attention to these people. But, for me, she's just another e-thought who's just, trying to grift like Richard Spencer did. I remember I was on an X Space with him once, and he was talking with Elon Musk, and he even openly admitted that he was just playing the villain role for the anti-white back then, and he said in that space that it's just Nick Fuentes' turn to take his place, and I would not be surprised if Lilly or that other girl that Michael Knowles interviewed would probably end up taking Nick Fuentes' place. It's like just like how Nick took Spencer's place. It's kind of like a big circle jerk of that.
Yeah, it is. I don't know that she would be able to like replace Fuentes. In other words, like Fuentes would be less present, but she's definitely going to continue to skyrocket. There are just so many simps, so many losers, and she's saying the right things. I mean, she might be even going over to OnlyFans accounts and looking at what the e-whores do there and seeing what they say. You saw some of that where she said, oh, she doesn't like rich guys and she doesn't like guys who are in shape. That is to signal to the broad middle of guys who will come across her content that, hey, go ahead and have your fictional relationship with me because you got a chance. I don't want money and I don't want looks. I mean, that's why I made the joke that I won't be surprised if in a couple weeks she comes out and says and intimates in so many words, if not directly states, that she doesn't like a big penis. And just to further cinch that broad base of simps out there that, hey, you got a real chance. She doesn't like money. She doesn't like a big penis, and she doesn't like guys in shape. Now, they'll flock to her. It's a recipe that works across the social media, or not the social media, but the OnlyFans and the pornographic media. And so she's going to be employing it. This is what she wants to do. She said that this comment that really was the big thing for her, and we demonstrated that she wasn't cooking anything. That was a ruse. That was fake. She wasn't preparing anything for cooking. The subject matter about Gold Digger was also a ruse. That was just a vehicle to deliver the racial insult so that she could play the white villain in the anti-white narrative. This is all so choreographed and fake. It's painful. But what's really painful is watching how much success she has with what is so obviously choreographed and artificial. And that could mean that there are a person or people or whatever behind her, whether she knows or not, that are helping. But it could also mean that her just dumb ass is looking out into the world. How can she make some dough? And she looks at the white sympathetic sphere, and this is like Las Vegas. You know, the lights are going off here for every e-whore imaginable. And any guy who has otherwise no future for various reasons, even if they might have intellectual prowess or whatever it might be, but their personality is garbage, their temperament is garbage, etc. The lights are on here that says if you play the villain, this white sympathetic sphere will show up and it will give you attention, they'll give you money, they'll give you aggrandizement. And if you play the villain well, the establishment media will show up to put you on. I mean, how many times has Fuentes been in Rolling Stone? I mean, for somebody who claims to be like the most censored person, and I think maybe just very quickly, I'm going to try to explain censorship because so many people get this wrong. When you're getting shot at, it doesn't mean you're over the target, dum-dums. It means you're in front of the guns. That's what it means. Playing your victimizer's villain, making yourself as visible as you can for them, is how you get your victimizer at all levels, even the dumbest, right? That might be the manager at the Wendy's you work at, right? Even that dumbest. If you play the villain there, that anti-white will be able to see you and will take action, maybe to fire you, to get rid of you, to give you bad hours, to make you quit. That doesn't mean that what you're sharing is the way to salvation, the path to redemption. It doesn't mean that one iota. What it does mean is that they are able to see you and they know how to act in response to you. The West is extraordinarily, or at least has been, intelligent. The very best, the very brightest at the top. They are absolutely not going to signal to the population, the anti-whites, the keys to overthrowing them. So that's not what's happening when a web platform decides to kick you off or a bank decides not to work with you. Absolutely not. And in cases where, like myself, where I have had censorship, that censorship has been almost entirely a consequence of an association with people who play the villain and look like the villain. And so being the villain, playing the villain, talking like the villain will get you censored by some anti-whites. And other anti-whites will give you airtime. So you can't take somebody who has been in all major media, like Spencer was, like Lilly will be, and she's getting invited everywhere to talk because she'll say racial slurs. Every interview, everywhere possible. You can't have that sort of presence and claim mass censored. It is preposterous. You are being mass promoted. That's what's happening. Genuine censorship means that no one's hearing you. You're not in Rolling Stone. You're not in the New York Times. You're not being reported in all these places. Let me see what you all have to say. Slaughtz says, poisoning your only drinking water isn't the path to redemption, just because the one you hate killed you for it. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, precisely. Very well stated, brother. Let's see what else we have here. Joshua, did you have something else you wanted to say? I see a hand up.
For the rolling you did this week, that one was fairly good with Jill. I, as a Canadian myself, I see the white eraser all the time. And where I currently am, like I even have like a whole bunch of non-white kids live near me because this neighborhood is mostly a black neighborhood with some white people in it, but not many, and the white kids are very much outnumbered here, and that's kind of going to be like the future here. Like Canada's in a really bad spot right now. Even my own sister has mixed race kids, and I know that mixed race kids, like, they don't really have a very good life, because I have some other family members who are mixed race and they had a pretty horrible life, actually. What do you think about that? And of course, this Lilly person also has a mixed race kid, and his mother is very anti-white, so it kind of makes you wonder how she's gonna treat him.
Well, I mean, mixed race children can be, given a wonderful life just like any other children. The problem, and everybody who wants to combat anti-whiteism is welcome here. Your racial background, any of your background, doesn't matter. You're welcome here to combat anti-whiteism with us, to combat the white erasure of our norms, to combat the biological white erasure that is a consequence of white people having children with non-white people, which of course we want to preserve white people and white well-being. So we would like white women as well as men to have the option, which they don't really have today. They're told endlessly that dating a white person, marrying a white person, having children with a white person is immoral, it's goofy, you're going to be nerdy, it's not cool, it's wrong, it's a step down. They need to hear that their people is a glorious people, that we are a single people with many nations, that we are Western civilization, that we are the creators of it, and we create it every moment with our existence. And as our numbers dwindle, so does Western civilization. When white children hear this about their people, they'll make sensible decisions when it comes to dating, marrying, etc. We don't have to disparage non-white people or feel anxiety about white people marrying and reproducing, or not even marrying, and like in the case of Lilly, reproducing with a non-white person. We don't have to feel angst about that, because what kind of white person, in all honesty, growing up in a world where they actually had the option, where they see movies, they read texts, their politicians talk about the glory of the West, the man of the West, the woman of the West. Not very many white people are going to make the decision to then reproduce children that are radically different from ourselves. So I think that's clearly what we have to continue advancing, continue, as we said here earlier today in the gathering, that individuals of all races, rather than racial alliances, need to come together to combat anti-whiteism. We understand that it's going to be, and we're very happy with that fact, that it's going to be primarily white people, and it should be, shouldn't it? Primarily white people, but good people of all races will be able to show up as individuals and say, enough is enough, I want to stand with you all against the evil of this age. And it is clearly, for everyone who has their eyes open and who hasn't been poisoned another direction, it is very clearly anti-whiteism. Let me quickly get the final financial gifts. First Last says he sent one. Are you talking about, did I not read your financial gift from Wednesday where you wrote at your shoulder? Was that from, tag me real quick and let me know. I can't remember if I read that or not. I thought I did. I don't see a new one on Cash App. Oh, here it is. So I did read that one. I thought I did. Let's get out to some raucous emojis. Some 07 saluting First Last, financially gifting. I finally came through. $25. God bless you, brother. $25 financial gift from First Last. And he says with this financial gift, for Slaughtz. Thank you so much for that, champion. A very Slaughtzian thing to do. A very kipping thing to do. That's awesome. God bless you, brother. Let's get some 07s, some 96s for the great First Last, contributing in numerous ways. As you can see, contributing dollars, contributing concepts, contributing music, We are the adults in the room, and we have come to the end of this gathering as we are at the bottom of the half hour. Let me see here. We have a financial gift from Wilson Bear. Again, another $5 from the great Wilson Bear on Entropy. God bless you, brother. And Wilson Bear says, let's see. Chicks always love to watch me squat 500 pounds for reps with no white guilt at the gym. That's fantastic, man. There's no audience for guys doing curls. There you have it. A lesson to take for the ages. Let me just take a quick look around, make sure we didn't miss anybody. Big thank you to everybody who showed up tonight for a glorious talk about a massive swashbuckling segment of victories that we're having. I want you to be involved. I want you to head down into the description of this live stream, which will be in replay as a video on YouTube. And I want you to find the links down there to become a member, to join our Telegram groups, to begin swashbuckling on your own, finding out exactly what that means, to begin going free, using the concepts that liberate our people from the chains of anti-whiteism, which is psychological warfare that has defeated every other group, vehicle, ideology, religion of ours. So we can't go back to any of it. It's all been defeated. It should be really obvious, right? It should be really obvious that those things don't work. You have to come to a brand new strategy, the Go Free stratagem, designed under the same pressures and principles and understanding of the human psyche to undermine the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. And it's been doing it for decades. And over the past 7 years, it has grown globally by the work that we are doing here, the selfless work. Meanwhile, right now, I have people who claim to be, this very moment, people who claim to be concerned with the white race, and they're busy out there doxing me. Yet again, another doxing of Jason. They're busy at it right now. So who do you want to side with? What people do you want to align with? The community that has been coming together, celebrating colossal victories, and all the way up to Donald Trump using one of our concepts, and we'll be using more of them. Donald Trump Jr., we're swashing everywhere, making it happen. Do you want it to be with those people who have ended the victimization of white children at schools, changing the curriculum at school, who have gotten the policy at a police department changed, who have changed the images used by a mainstream media outlet? You want to side with them? Do you want to align with them? Or do you want to align with the people that talk about they're going to do big things someday? They just have to dox this person, tell everybody where he lives and where he works and et cetera like that, so that you can hunt him down, get him fired, ruin his life for the work that he's doing for white well-being. Who do you want to side with and align? I think it's pretty clear who the good and bad guys are. When you play the villain in the anti-white narrative, you are the bad guy. You are a bad guy or a bad girl. It's period. When you are selflessly doing what this community is doing, retaining the brightest people who are achieving the biggest feats that has ever been achieved in the service to the reclamation of our destiny across the West, with a strategy that works in all the Western countries that it has touched, even Western countries that are not English speaking, it's worked in the strategy in those places as well. Align with them, the good guys, or with the villains, the bad guys. These folks are always going to have the bigger audiences, I'm afraid. That's a consequence of the sickness of our race. The size of the audience, in fact, it's inverse. And maybe we should learn and talk about it that way from now on. It is inverse. The larger the audience, the more wrong these content creators are. Make this week as glorious as the past two. I love you all. Let's go free.